What up, soul siblings? My name is Michael. Welcome to Misfit Tarot, the channel where you can come as you are and feel right at home because when no one fits in, everyone has a place. So, welcome back to anybody who's seen my first video. I am now here ready for my second one. Thank you so much to everybody who's watched the first one, who's let me know their experience with it. It's been very encouraging to know that I have something here, that the messages that I gave in that reading have been finding the right people, and I hope that they continue to do so. And actually, with that first video, when I started group one, I didn't have a plan for like the structure of the reading. This is all very new to me. I'm kind of just jumping in it um, and figuring it out as I go. Um, so yeah, in group one, I just kind of did what was coming to my mind at the time, and then with group two, three, and four, I just followed that same kind of loose structure that had um, intuitively come to me in the first group. So now that that video was all done and that one came to me very intuitively, I was like, okay, now I gotta make another one. I'm very excited to continue with this, but I have no idea what to make my second reading about. So the other day after work, I came home and I sat down and I was like, okay, I want to do a reading for myself. My friend April was kind enough to gift me a new tarot deck. It's the Starchild Akashic tarot. And I did a little, getting to know you spread with that deck and connected to it a little bit. And the idea just came to me to do a reading of like my story, like where am I at in my story right now, because a lot of times in life our vision is very clouded. We don't see ourselves how we actually are. We don't see our situation how it actually is. We have a lot of fears and traumas and things that get in the way, um, and things from our past that make us think that maybe we're not doing as well as we are, or maybe sometimes we think we're doing better than we are, or anything in between. So I wanted to just kind of get a more objective reading um, from the higher spirits. I usually talk to my higher self, my spiritual team, the great spirit, as I like to call it. You might go with God or spirit or something like that. The universe. I go with great spirit because it's just I like that terminology myself. Um, so yeah, the way I'm gonna do this one today is we're gonna do um, a line asking about your recent past, a line asking about where you're at in the present, and the last line is gonna be what's coming in your near future. Um, and it was really cool for me. It was very illuminating. Some of you guys might be like, "Oh, well, I already know my past and my present. Just tell me the future." But when I did this reading, it was, like I said, it was very eye opening, um, because it does start to lay out like a story. Um, it gives like a narrative of somebody watching your story and seeing where some things that you have just gone through, the things that you're currently going through, and then kind of this next stage that's coming up to you. Um, so we're gonna go ahead and pick our piles now. In a minute, this time I am gonna be using a different tarot deck for each reading. Now that I have three, um, and the card that I've chosen to put on top is the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune is a card that talks about kind of like just the idea that life is always changing. And I thought that was very relevant to this reading because, I can do this reading for you right now and you can watch it. And then, maybe a month from now, things have changed so much. You've already gone through that near future that you saw, that now you're in a different spot and you have different things coming in the near future. Um, so yeah, I just thought the Wheel of Fortune was a good card to place on top here to help you guys make your choice. So here we go, pile one. Gonna be the Tarot of the Divine. There's the image for the Wheel of Fortune there. Pile two, we have that Starchild Tarot with the Akashic. Just the Wheel of Fortune for that one. And for pile three, it's going to be the Britt's Third Eye Tarot. Just the Wheel of Fortune for that one. Alright, so I think that's about everything I need to say to introduce this reading. So go ahead and take your time, pause the video if you need to, select your pile, and go down to the description. I'll have the timestamps there, and I'll see you guys at your reading. See ya. Alright, what's up, pile one? If you guys chose this Wheel of Fortune card with the Tarot of the Divine, this is going to be your reading for your recent past, your present, and what's to come for you in the near future, and any messages that your spiritual team might have with that. So to start it off, I want to use the old Misfit Mystic Misfit Oracle deck to just get like an energy check on you guys for this pile, just to give me a general idea of your guys' energy as a person. So let's go ahead and see, what can we tell me about pile one? That's the one. Death. Alright. Isn't that just like the cutest death you ever seen? Super cute. Okay. So, death is number 15. Death can be fickle and unrelenting, but not always a bad sign. He can represent new beginnings and opportunities, but also an end of opportunities and doors closing. Transformation, new beginnings, cycle. Alright, so the energy I'm getting from this oracle being death is that you're somebody who really is constantly reinventing themselves. Like, you're probably a lot different now than you were as a child, and maybe even different now in a lot of ways than you were a year ago, 2 years ago, which I guess you could say about everybody, but there's definitely um, different levels of the way that people go through transformations. I know somebody that, or some people, you see them after a few years and they're like pretty much the exact same person. You're like, oh man, they haven't changed a bit, and that's cool. Not saying that one way is better than the other or anything like that, but just the energy I'm getting from you is you're somebody who really like is always kind of looking within, being introspective, um, having deep realizations about yourself that really change you as you grow and mature. I see somebody who's, yeah, very very mature, and even if you might not totally feel that way, I mean, again, there's different levels of it, and we're constantly maturing as we go through life. But just in general, um, your energy that's coming through is somebody, um, definitely, I would say, wise. This card here, it's very interesting. I'm noticing that, it's death. It's the skeleton, and it has a skull, but it has these big, huge eyes that are full of life. They're usually, a skull just has empty sockets there, but there's these big, beautiful human eyes shining. Um, and I think that says something about how perceptive you are. Um, not only can you see things in yourself that, maybe need changing and transforming, but you probably see things in other people too. Um, so that's pretty cool. Maybe you have some psychic abilities. I tend to get that from these types of energies of people who, do a lot of inner work. I tend to think these people are a little bit closer to spirit than most. Um, yeah, I think also, just kind of adding adding to all of this with, death having this big scythe here. I think that shows that, part of your energy is you're not afraid to cut things off that are no longer serving you. That's part of the whole idea of death, is some things have to end for new things to begin. And I think that takes a lot of strength to be able to, do that hard thing sometimes and sever, you know, connections or jobs or limiting beliefs, ways of thinking, just, letting things die off that are no longer serving you. Um, so props to you on that. That's not an easy way to live, but that's what I'm getting from you. Cool. So now that we got that, let's go ahead and get started with your story. And we will start with seeing just in the recent recent past, kind of the path that you've been on, and just seeing, how that's gonna be perceived by the spiritual world, because like I said in the intro, um, the way that we perceive events is not always the same as how how it's seen in the 5D. So, like I said, you guys do seem like you got good perception. So maybe a lot of this will be how you see it. But let's just see what we get. So, what is the recent past situation of pile 1, aka the death person? What's been going on in their recent past? Okay, oh, right. Okay, so we have the 8 of Wands, the 4 of Coins, also known as Pentacles, in reverse, and the Ace of Swords in reverse. So, I'll start over here with the 8 of Wands. The 8 of Wands represents things moving quickly, taking action. Um, yeah, it represents a time of taking action. It represents, you can see these wands here are all parallel to each other. So one thing that this card talks about is alignment. That things are in alignment and it's time to act, and you're taking that action quickly, not overthinking it. Swords represent more thoughts and things like that. Wands are inspiration, passion. So maybe you've been in your recent past, um, very recently, moving forward with some passionate project that you're working on. Maybe it's some kind of creative endeavor or having something to do with work in some way, or possibly in a romantic situation, um, where it's not necessarily the beginning stages, but there's been this energy of things are in alignment and you're moving towards something that you're passionate about. So maybe I'll get some more clarity on that soon, but that's what I'm getting so far from that. With the Four of Coins in reverse, the Four of Coins generally talks about, holding on to your material possessions, being, um, I don't want to say guarded. With it in reverse, I would say what's coming out here is maybe you're you've been struggling with material matters. I mean, I'm kind of getting the feeling that it is uh, something financial, but it can also be other kind of resources. Like I said, if this is a creative endeavor or something like that, with the Four of Coins coming in reverse, maybe it's saying that you feel like you don't have you only have so many ideas to go into this, and you're kind of um, having kind of a scarcity mindset with that. Um, and maybe it's hindering you a little bit. So, and with this Ace of Swords in reverse, what I'm thinking now is with the Eight of Wands coming up, I think that's saying that recently things have come into alignment, but I don't think you've taken this action yet. When the Eight of Wands comes out, it's kind of sometimes a call to take that action. So maybe you've been feeling, I should put this over here actually, just so it makes more sense for me and with the flow of things. Um, Actually, I think like this is how it's going to make most sense. So basically, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get the picture being painted here. Okay, so things have recently come into alignment, um, with this thing that you're passionate about. Like I said, maybe it's a relationship, maybe it's some kind of creative endeavor. Um, but you haven't taken that action yet. With the Ace of Swords in reverse, no. Okay, I'm so sorry. This is the last time I'm switching it up, but I see it now. Okay, so we got that. Things are in alignment. You're passionate about something. It's going to be time to move forward with that, but you're feeling like maybe you don't have enough to put into it. So, I'll start first with if it's a creative endeavor, you feel like maybe you don't have enough money to put into it. You don't have enough ideas yet. Maybe you're comparing yourself to people also doing this type of uh, creation that have been doing it for a long time, and you're like, how can I possibly get to that point, like with what I have? Um, but what's coming through right now is just to keep in mind that, you don't necessarily need a ton of material things to start your passion projects. You can very much work with what you have. I mean, I'll say right now, I have this little table and I'm using my phone to record, and that's about it. I couldn't even upload my first video with the equipment I had. I had to ask a friend to let me use their computer so that I could edit my video and upload it. So don't, when it comes to your passions, don't get caught up in having all the things that are gonna make it, you know, totally polished and like this well honed finished product. I mean, if you're just starting, you're just starting, and that's kind of a cool thing. Like one day, you know, when you do have this, more material abundance and you can have whatever equipment you need to make the things that you want, you're going to look back at the time when you started and be like, damn, remember when you were just doing things, you think of the story of Apple, how they started out of a garage, stuff like that. You're going to look back at where you started and say, man, I'm so glad that I just went for it and I didn't let my fears hold me back or let myself make the excuse of I don't have the means to make this happen. It's like you have the passion, you have the desire. That's, you know, I want to say that's the biggest part of the picture right there. The other stuff will fall into line and will come about, as long as you're, being smart with the resources that you have. Um, so yeah, that's a message there. And again, if this is like a romantic situation that you're feeling like things are aligning towards, and that maybe it's time to start making a move towards, then again, if you're feeling like there's things you don't have, um, I'm not making this amount of money, I don't have this type of job, any type of way that you can judge yourself materially, like, again, that's not the biggest part of the picture. I'll do the same thing I just did with the last example. You know, if you end up married to this person or having children with them, whatever, your goals are, or just being in a long-term committed relationship, however that looks for you and what you want out of your life, you're going to look back at, when you first made that move towards that person or you guys first started things, and you're going to be like, man, I'm so glad I didn't let my fears of what I thought I didn't have or didn't make me worthy of this love that we have now. Like, I'm so happy that I just went for it and didn't let myself be held back by fear, because look at us now. um so that's what I'm getting from that. With the Ace of Swords to me represents like an epiphany, clarity of the mind. And I'm gonna take a drink of water, 1 second. So with that in reverse, it's saying that your mind is not clear. You're, you know, kind of letting fear take over and get in the way of this clarity that you could have that will let you move forward towards your goal. And I'm seeing in this particular representation of the Ace of Swords, there's this big ball with all these knots. And to me, that's representing your brain and your thoughts. It's telling me that you're having so many thoughts that it's like tying you up in knots. It's restricting you from moving forward. So pretty straightforward message there to go with the rest of everything. And I actually want to relate that back to your whole energy. Like, don't forget, you are this death person. You have that scythe. You can cut through all these limiting thoughts and beliefs that you're having right now, and just cut that out. Say, you know what? It's time to transform again. It's time to not follow these old patterns of being afraid to go for it. Like, um, there's a song by Above and Beyond called Sun and Moon, and that's crazy because this song reminds me of the Wheel of Fortune, which was the card that I used for you guys to pick your pile. Um, and the lyrics are, when the big wheel starts to spin, you can never know the odds. If you don't play, you'll never win. And that's kind of the energy that I'm getting from this recent past situation. So, you know, this is kind of what you've been going through, and I think that's the message coming through for you. If you haven't heard that song, again, Sun and Moon by Above and Beyond, check it out. You'll probably have an emotional experience with that. If you don't play, you'll never win. So, take this passion that you have, and I'm not going to be the type of person that says don't be afraid. Like, fear is natural. Feel that fear, acknowledge that fear, but, have these thoughts that I'm telling you right now. Think outside of just the fear and why you're having it, and see how by acting from that fear that you're, you know, going to hold yourself back from things that could be really wonderful in your life. So, I think that's where I'm gonna leave it for the recent past message that has come through, and we're gonna move on to your present. So let's see what messages we have for the present. One more time. Oh, that sucked. So now I have to do one more. Alright, I swear I can get a good shuffle. Now the song is stuck in my head. Sun and Moon, such a good song. Okay, so the present. What messages do we have for the present of pile 1, aka the death person? Okay. So those came out. See what we can get from that. I might take another card later, but let's just see what we have from these first two that popped out. They did come out pretty quick. So we have 4 of Cups and the 5 of Wands in reverse. So 4 of Cups represents kind of being in a state of contemplation. Basically, there's three cups in front of you representing what you already have. So yeah, maybe this is some situation that's already kind of in progress. So you have something going on. You have this creative idea that's, just getting started. You have this possibly romantic situation that's very new, kind of getting a little established. Um, but you're thinking about it a lot. I think what I'm getting from this is that you're overthinking it. I mean, based off, the energy we got in this recent past, I think right now this is kind of giving me like your present is kind of a choice right now. Like, and if you choose to keep overthinking things, you're gonna miss out on this opportunity that's here right now. That's what the Four of Cups is. You have what you have, and you're really kind of caught up in that and how you're gonna move forward. That you're missing this opportunity right behind you. There's one more cup right behind you, ready to to come in and give you more creativity, more joy, more love. So what I'm getting with that is like, yeah, I guess what I'm seeing actually is that maybe you're trying to do everything yourself. Like, you're thinking that you're gonna think everything into existence exactly the way that you plan. And when it comes to creative projects, when it comes to creation, when it comes to manifesting things, whether it's this relationship, whether it's um, a business, something like that, some project that you want to bring to completion, that's not how it's going to work. If you're sitting here thinking and thinking about how to make everything happen, the world around you is trying to give you this spontaneous help, um, and you're gonna miss it because you're not open to the world around you. You're stuck inside your own head, um, and you're limiting yourself. Divine intervention is a real thing. That's what I see with the Four of Cups is like you're so focused on something that you're missing the divine intervention that's coming in to give you that missing piece, um, and you're not open to accepting it. So I think it's saying, in the present, that's kind of the choice that you're having to make is like, and maybe that's the transformation that you're going through, like going from somebody who's always trying to plan everything from start to finish to the point of analysis paralysis where you don't even really get started. Um, or you don't get past that beginning stage because you start to let all these fears and things come in because you're trying to control everything. And I think that this card is saying, like, maybe it's time to let go a little of that control, be open to outside help, be open to messages from the universe, be be open to outside help, especially if you're feeling like you don't have enough resources or things like that. Um, be open to thinking about maybe there's somebody that can help you in some way, and maybe that's um, part of something that you're overthinking about too, or something that you need to transform is that maybe you're not somebody who likes to ask for help. Maybe you feel like you're burdening other people by asking for help, but that's something that I've been going through too. I said I've needed some help starting this channel and pursuing my passion, and that was definitely a hard thing for me as well, like to be open to asking for help. But I'm realizing as I just do it and be open to it, like it feels really good. People want to help you out. Like you're a good person with a good heart and a lot of wisdom, and you've probably helped out a lot of people in your life, and now I think it's time for you to let them help you out. Um, so yeah, that's the messages I'm getting with the Four of Cups. There is accept help, get out of your head a little bit, and be open to the miracles that might come in. Like believe. I think whoever's sending these messages, the spirits are telling you to believe in this divine intervention. Believe that the things that you want, the universe wants it for you too. And your loved ones in the 3D, they want that for you too. Um, and yeah, it's time to go for it. And it's not going to be easy, but try to let go of the destination and really enjoy the ride. Like I said, one day you're gonna look back and say, man, I'm so glad I didn't stay fixed on this idea of doing everything perfectly, which that's never gonna happen. Things happen, you know in a crazy way. Life is not really going according to plan, but it is beautiful. And with this creative process, or with starting this you know relationship or this creative endeavor, like it will be a wonderful journey, as long as you stay open to it and let go of any type of shame or guilt or negative beliefs that you can have towards yourself. um, and that will really help you, to just go one step at a time and do what you got to do to follow your passion. um, and yeah, like I said, just you have the universe's support. They're telling you that here. Like, don't try to do it all yourself. You're just a human. Like, there's only so much that you can understand about how this universe works, but you don't have to understand everything. Let go a little bit of trying to understand everything and be open to the kind of miracles that happen every day, and they will start coming into your life. um, with the Five of Wands in reverse, um, Five of Wands to me represents um, disagreeing with people that are on your team, people with differing ideas, kind of uh, fighting with each other, not finding a common understanding. With this in reverse, I think that's you. All these five people fighting over who's right and who should do what and which way should we take this idea. That's all your different thoughts in your head that are fighting each other. You know, you're you're at a point right now where you have this fire inside of you, you have this desire, and you feel that you know what you want, and you feel it in your gut, and you feel it in your heart, but then, societal conditioning comes in and giving you this lack mindset, and your brain comes in, and your limiting thoughts and beliefs come in, and they start saying, oh, well, what about this? What about this? And start telling you that things can't be done. But when it comes to manifestation, just about anything can be done. But again, going back to that song, if you don't go for it, then you're definitely not going to get it. So I think the message that's really coming through is, stop overthinking. That's really going to just absolutely kill your ability to achieve what you desire. Um, and yeah, be open to help from external sources. So yeah, That sounds like that's the message we have there, very much tying into the recent past. So let's see the moment you've probably all been waiting for, the near future. What's coming? What will come of this? Alright, what's coming in the near future? What messages do we have, guys? Oh. Let me just see what that is first. Five of Swords. Definitely gonna need some more information there. Oh my lord. That's a lot. Okay. So, in the future, we have Five of Swords, Knight of Cups in reverse, Nine of Wands, and Seven of Coins in reverse, aka Seven of Pentacles. So, not gonna lie, this looks a little intense. Guess I'll start with the Seven of... No, you know what? We'll start with the Five of Swords. That one came out first. I feel like that wants to be talked about first. So, Five of Swords talks about basically the way I see it is like somebody trying to be right, somebody trying to win. And when one person wins, that means that there are losers. In this particular case, Five of Swords, there's one winner and four losers. In this card, particularly, there seems to be one winner and one loser. And I think what this is telling me, the message that's coming through in this, is that when it comes to this thing that you desire, this passionate endeavor that's weighing on you, I'll start with the creative project interpretation first. If it's that, and it could be both, there's a good chance that you're going through both of these things at the same time right now, and that's really difficult too. Like if you're trying to get a creative project started that you're really passionate about, and somebody's come into your life that you're very passionate about, that's like I'd see why you're having all these thoughts and stuff. That's scary. Like, you know, it's easy to fall into that mindset of how can I possibly get all this joy at once? How can I possibly achieve, you know, this dream that I have of creating something and have this beautiful relationship come into my life at the same time? Maybe for what you've been through, like, that doesn't even seem possible. That's not in your world. Like, it's hard enough for one thing to work out, let alone two good things to come into your life and work out at the same time. But you know, the universe, you know, unconditional love from spirits, they're going to tell you like that is possible. Like you can have it all. So with this Five of Swords, I think it's just again kind of getting to that idea that came with the Four of Cups. Like you're not going to do it all yourself though. Like if you think, you know, if you want to have everything, like there's no possible way that one human being can do all that themselves. So really drop this idea that thinking and thinking about something and trying to plan it perfectly is going to help you. It's not. It's hindering you. Um, I mean, look at this here. This guy has all these swords, he has all these thoughts, and good for you, but look what it's caused. It's caused unhappiness. Um, and that's really interesting. There's this bird in the background, and it's reminding me of the bird here on the Four of Cups. I think, again, that's like representing the spirit world. Like here, it's telling you, hey, I'm bringing you these gifts, and you're not open to it. And here, it's like, hey, you're so focused on your thoughts that you're missing out on the stuff we're telling you, and look what it's causing. So I think this is just kind of a bit of a warning for the future, and just like advice. I don't want to say warning. That sounds scary. So this is just some advice to know that moving forward in this endeavor, or possibly both of these endeavors, that it's going to take a lot of communication, whether it's, like I said, communicating honestly that you don't have um, a lot of the things that you feel like, would make your project better or whatever, but this is just the beginning stage. You don't need everything yet. And just be honest about that. Be honest where you're at. Be honest that you're just starting with something. That's fine. Um, because what you do have is you have the passion, and you have the ideas, um, and you have the creativity, and that's the most important thing, especially when you're starting out. So focus on what you do have, and be honest about it, and just start where you're at. Um, and when it comes, if you're part of the relationship people, um, you're gonna have to be honest in that situation too. Like, again, I'm sorry to keep bringing up the song, but with the whole "if you don't play, you'll never win" thing, another interpretation I'm getting of that is like, if you don't put yourself out there, how can you be accepted? If you're trying to put on this persona of, you know, I have this and I have this and I have this, when you really don't, then like, how are you going to find that true love? How are you going to find that true connection? Like, you're starting it off based on false information, false pretenses. But if you can be open and honest with this person about exactly where you're at in life, then you open yourself up to that possibility of having somebody right there in front of you who accepts you for exactly who you are right now. And yeah, that also opens you up to rejection, but remember, I'll probably end up saying this in every single reading because I just love it and I find it to be so true. Rejection is a form of protection from the universe. Like, if you completely put yourself out there and be honest, and somebody rejects you for that, like, thank the Lord, because that person is not for you. Like, that's not the person you're looking for. The person that you're looking for is going to hear your honest thoughts and see you for how you truly are, and they're going to accept you for that. But again, the biggest and the hardest thing about that is being vulnerable. And I know it's hard to be vulnerable like that, but if you don't do it, then you will not find that truly fulfilling connection that you're looking for. Um, and same thing with your passion project. Maybe if it's something that, like, not everybody's gonna just jump up and be like, "Oh yeah, that's a really smart thing to do." That's not what creation is all about. That's not what passion is about. Passion is not about, "Oh, I'm going to do this thing that makes a lot of sense and that's going to make me a lot of money." and I know that because it's guaranteed to make a lot of money. That's not what it's about. You're following your passion, and like maybe you need to speak up about that too, and be vulnerable about that. Um, so yeah, that's all the messages I'm getting here with the Five of Swords. Seven of Coins in reverse. When this comes in reverse, I get the vibe of somebody like being impatient. And just give me a second. I just want to make sure my thing's still recording. I have had issues in the past. Okay, we're good. Um, yeah, I get the vibe of impatience. Like you're starting to build something, stuff is moving forward. You've gone from 4 coins to 7 coins, but you're maybe starting to let your mind take over and be like, oh man, when am I going to get to those 10 coins? When am I going to be the king of coins? But it's important to remember, like I said before, enjoy the journey. You can't just teleport to the destination. Like the journey is a very enjoyable part of this process, but when you sit and look at what you have and say this is not enough, then you totally ruin that joy. You could sit here and be like, man, I have these 7 beautiful coins. I've been working so hard. Living in gratitude. The energy of gratitude is such a beautiful, helpful thing in life. Like, and it just brings you more abundance. When you're grateful for what you have, the universe feels that and they want to give you more of what you have, and you'll have that love and that gratitude to keep going for more. But when you're sitting there looking at what you have and saying, oh my gosh, like, this is not coming fast enough. I'm trying to be here. I'm only right here. Maybe you're comparing yourself to other people's journeys and they did it faster, and by this age, they already did that. Like, cut all that out, is what I'm hearing. Like, and, have gratitude for every step of the way, and don't be impatient and trying to rush to the finish line. Enjoy the process, enjoy the ride. You know, that's going to take me right into this Knight of Cups in reverse. The Knight of Cups is somebody who's just in this romantic energy. They're very full of love. They're going out on their horse to give this love, and spread this love. But with this in reverse here, I think it goes with the 7 of coins. It's saying like when you're being impatient and you're not being grateful of what you have, um, then it starts to affect your ability to be happy. I think this is just saying like, yeah, this is very much like telling me in your future, if you want this creative project and or this relationship to find you and to manifest, be open to it. One, maybe not being exactly how you think it's going to be, and two, not happening on your timeline. Be patient with the pace of the way these things are going and enjoy every step of the way. Be grateful. um, Also, what I'm saying with the Knight of Cups in reverse is like, yeah, I'm saying that maybe, like I said, the Knight of Cups is moving forward with their love, with their creativity. Um, so this is kind of telling me like, don't don't stop moving forward. Like the creative process is scary. Relationships are scary, and like with a lot of things in life, the more that you have, the more you have to lose. And I think that's what's coming through with this Knight of Cups is saying, like, yes, the more you have, the more you have to lose, but it's when you stop, when you start closing off your heart and living more in your brain and your fears and letting anxieties take over, that you stop moving forward, and you do start losing those things. But when you can kind of let yourself feel those fears and face those fears, um, you can do what you're meant to do, and say, hey, fears, I hear you, I see you, but you know what? I want to be happy. I want to have love. I want to give love. I want to live in love, and I'm going to push right through all you fears and anxieties. Try to stop me if you want, but I'm still going for it. I'm not going to stop myself from trying just because I'm worried about something. And I know that comes out very much easier said than done, but at the end of the day, it is kind of a clear cut thing. Like, you can be your own worst enemy in this life. And I think this is just advising you to make sure as you move forward, don't go back. That's what a lot of people do. I've definitely done it a million times in my life. You have this energy and this passion at first, and you're like, I want to go for it, and then all these fears kick in, and then maybe you kind of deal with those fears and you move forward a little bit more, but then you start getting more and you start having more to be afraid of, to lose, and then you just run away. You go back and you let your fears win and take over and deprive you of something that could have been really great. And that's a learning process in itself, but I think this is saying that you have the chance here to change that and move past a point that you've been getting stuck at in life, and being able to follow something through to the end. But the only way that happens is by, being open to help, being open to not knowing that you can't control everything and you can't plan everything step by step and have it work out exactly that way. With the Nine of Wands here, I think that's a very encouraging sign. The Nine of Wands represents a few things to me. One, that you're almost there. Um, so, I think this is encouraging that whatever these, if it's the creative project, if it's the relationship, in the near future, you are almost there. Um, if you can do all these things and put in that work, like, the Knight of Wands always also represents to me somebody who's very resilient, somebody who's fighting for what they have, somebody who's fighting for their passions. And actually, that's interesting because we got the Eight of Wands and the Nine of Wands. So that's representing to me that, if you can move forward with this idea, then you can, plant them and say, I've done all this work, I'm almost there. Um, and it wasn't easy, but I had the strength to do what I had to do to get to where I am and bring these passions and desires into reality. Um, One thing I also get with Nine of Wands is, like, protecting yourself. A lot of times the Nine of Wands comes out like this, like in a fence. Um, Sorry, I'm just seeing that there's also a bunch of skulls here, and then your initial energy came out as a skull. Um, so maybe that's kind of an image here. Like, each of these wands is like a little death that you've had along the way. All these That's really cool, actually. That makes a lot of sense with the Nine of Wands. Each of these wands with the skull on it is some kind of little death and transformation that has led you to where you are, to where you're almost achieving what your desires are. Um, and with each of these transformations, you have built this fence to protect yourself. You've learned all these things that are protecting yourself from all the crap that's trying to keep you from getting to where you want to go. You're protected by by all the hard work you've done. Um, you fought off these limiting beliefs, and this shows me that like you're telling them, "But fuck off, don't ever come back." Like if you want to cross this scary fence of flaming skulls, be my guest, but I don't think you can do it. Limiting thoughts, limiting beliefs, scarcity mentality. You're not welcome here. Um, and I think it's interesting here that in this card, the person here that's representing you, that's behind this fence of the Nine of Wands, they have this little doll here, and to me that represents it's like you protecting your inner child. Like when it comes to desires and stuff, like that's inner child stuff. Children don't sit there and see a donut and get in their head and start thinking, do I really want that donut? Should I have that donut? What if I can't afford, like, all these things? They just have the desire, they see the donut and they freak out. They're like, oh my god, donut, like, I want that. Please, can I have that? Like, so I think this is showing to me that, you know, you need to hold on to that inner child and take it with you and have it be a part of everything you do here. You know what I mean? Express your desires in a childlike way. That might sound weird when it comes to relationships, but it's not. It's beautiful. Again, a child is not gonna sit there and see somebody that they think is pretty or has nice hair or something like that. A kid will just say it. They'll see you and say, "Oh, I like your hair. Oh, you're very pretty." Like things like that. Like, and again, about the whole being honest part, like that's how kids are too. They'll be honest. Like they'll fart in front of you. They'll they'll show you things that you would be so embarrassed to do in front of somebody, but a kid will do it. And you as an adult can bring out that energy of your inner child, of just not worrying so much about what people think, not worrying so much about what could go wrong, and just living from this heart space where you feel your desires and you just follow them. I think is how things want to end off here, looking into your future. And that actually is really crazy that it worked out that way with that whole little inner child message, because my next um, phase of this reading is going to be bringing out my inner child oracle deck, because in my first reading it was really interesting that like everything I said in the reading was like summed up very well at the end with the message that the inner child oracle brought out. So super perfectly worked out in this one. um, let's see what aspect of your inner child is really gonna help you with this whole situation. Really please take this message that's about to come out to heart, because I think this will be a huge piece of helping you conquer these fears and these things that are gonna try to get in your way, in the fruition or um, in the path to realizing these desires that you're feeling right now. Like I said, be it the creative project, the relationship, or both. If you're going for it, like, um, let's see what kind of inner child energy you need to be aware of that can really help you out. And you know what? I think that was a sign. The whole deck just slipped out, and I was holding these two. All my cards fell on the floor except for these two were still in my hand. So let's see. Let's see what they have to say. Wow, that is freaking crazy. I can't believe that. All right. I mean, I can believe it because that's just the whole point of this stuff is these messages are coming. There are, spiritual guides with me in this room right now, but it still amazes me. So we have um, Nikki with security and safety coming up in reverse, which is giving me that four of coins energy, and we have Bamidele coming out with hope. So I can already get a feeling what these are gonna talk about, and I'm sure you can too. But we'll start with Nikki, security and safety in reverse. So yeah, I'm sure plenty of you have not seen the first video, but the Inner Child Oracle deck comes with this book. Every child that comes through with a message has a message written here, and I'm just going to read it. So from Nikki with security and safety in reverse, and yeah, basically, they each have a story, and then based off if it's reversed or not, there's a little added message there. So Nikki, security and safety. Hey, hey, hey. Nikki's the name. I am a walking miracle because I decided to be. I learned how to meet my own needs as a child in a healthy and balanced way. That same level of self-care made it easy for me to honor and love myself in all the choices I make. As a result, my life is overflowing with abundance. I am grounded in myself and feel safe and secure knowing I will always be there for me. If Nikki comes to visit, it's clear that your inner child needs to learn to self-soothe and care in healthy ways. When we are full of ourselves and our own powerful energy, we become magnets for all that we desire. But safety and security have to come from within. Have you been reaching for the external, money, relationship, success for your sense of safety and security? Nikki is here to say you are your own source of security and safety. Abundance, peace, and power come from within. You may have learned from a young age to look outside of yourself for your sense of comfort. Maybe you depended on others for your abundance, motivation, discipline, and now you are left to figure it out on your own. It's time to teach your inner child that they have everything they need within them. When Nikki shows up, it's time to be your own source of it all. So now the reverse meaning. When reversed, you may be operating from fierce independence in an unhealthy way. The need to do everything on your own is a trauma response. It's healthy to have help and support. So that's pretty much what I was talking about, how it's crazy how at the end these inner child things come up and completely confirm what the rest of the reading was saying. You can't do everything on your own, and nobody should. I mean, human beings at the end of the day, when we're born, if you just leave a baby there, it can't take care of itself. It's not like other animals where sometimes they just are born and they start surviving on their own. Not humans. So, it's important to remember that. A lot of people want you to forget that as you get older and think that, oh, when you're an adult, it means that you're just this completely self-sufficient being that doesn't need anybody's help. And it's like, that's bullcrap. That's not real at all. Um, it's okay to need help, and it's beautiful to receive help. Um, so, that's just something for you to be aware of. And the mantra they have that can help you with this is I am safe within myself. I am my own source of abundance. Um, but also with that in reverse, it's like, yes, you are your own source of abundance, but there are also um, external sources that can help you with that abundance. Um, and again, being safe inside yourself means expressing yourself truly and being open to being real about the place that you're in, and if you need help, then you know be open to that. So I did this in my first reading, and I realized that I wasn't. You can't even see the things on here. So I'm gonna take a second to make sure this is all actually visible. But there are some remedies here and some journaling questions to help with healing this aspect of your inner child, which again is going to be very helpful for you in this process. So there's that. Go ahead and pause it, screenshot it if you want to come back to that. Now we're going to look at Bamidele with hope. Bamidele here. My community says I radiate hope, but the truth is I just have a really clear knowledge of the way the universe works. Growing up, the sun was my best friend. I was in awe of the way the pure and powerful light had so much power. I modeled my life after the sun. It's my mission to shine bright enough that others are warmed and inspired by the way I live my life. Everything I do to teach. When Bamidele shows up in a reading, your inner child is in need of a big dose of hope. Open your heart and mind and let the powerful and radiating love pour from Bamidele into you. Your inner child has a sense of something bigger and better in the world but hasn't been able to see it manifest in real life, so hope is starting to dwindle. If you have been dreaming of something bigger, this card is a sign that it is on its way. Bamidele comes with the promise of blessings and bursts of light and energy so powerful you can't help but notice. It's time to prepare. Finish up any last minute projects, tasks, or cleaning that has been taking up space in your mind. The space will soon be filled by miracles. So that is a beautiful message of hope. Um, yeah, I think that one was pretty self-explanatory. You know how I said earlier, don't lose hope. Hope is going to be the thing that will help you conquer your fears, that will help you get past that point where you're like, oh, okay, I got this far, but I'm kind of thinking like, I've never seen the next level of success that might come to me, so I don't really think I can do it. It's like, no, keep that hope. Know that the universe is on your side. Open yourself up to your friends and family and loved ones. They will be on your side. And just let your light shine. Be your true self. I think you will be very happily um surprised by how the universe responds to that. So the mantra for Bamidele is miracles are my birthright. Anything is possible if I believe. So don't be afraid to repeat that to yourself however many times a day you need to. Miracles are my birthright. Anything is possible if I believe. Okay, and then I'll show you the remedies and the journaling questions for that. Inner child energy. All right. And I do want to finish with my spark magic matches, but I'm getting a little worried. My battery is at 4%, so I'm going to stop the video now just to know that even if my phone dies, that I don't lose this whole video. So there will be a little cut here, um, but it's just so that I can preserve this great reading that we just had. Okay, and we're back, and we're just gonna finish off with these Spark Magic matches. Again, if you haven't seen my first reading, what happens with these is I'm just gonna lay out. Last time I did 4, this time I'm only gonna do 3. I don't think we need more than that. Yeah, no timestamps here. Just pick one. You can listen to all 3 if you like, and then choose after you hear, however you want to do it. But these are gonna have a little way in which to help you find your power, some practice. So if you chose the first one, picture someone who needs healing as if well and surrounded by love. Picture someone who needs healing as if well and surrounded by love. So, this sounds like, focused on some external person, which it might be. If there's somebody that in your life who's healing and you're feeling for them, definitely picture them being well and being surrounded by love. But based off this reading, I would say, do this for yourself as well. Picture yourself as if you are well and you are surrounded by love. One thing that, if you guys know Aso Tarot, I love her readings. They've helped me a lot. One thing she always says is like, what would you do if you knew that you were supported by the universe? Um, and maybe she got that from one of her cards. I don't know, but I heard it from her. So shout out to her. Um, but I think about that a lot, and I think that's the energy I'm getting with this match here is like, as you're going through this journey, have that belief, have that hope that the universe is all around you, inside you, above and below you, working just as hard as you to get you to where you're trying to go. They love you so much. And if you can fill yourself with that love and imagine yourself surrounded by that love, you can do anything. If you chose the second one, read a magical book that inspires you. I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory. Read a magical book that inspires you. So again, maybe there's some book from your childhood that you know might really help you right now. I love Dr. Seuss. Seussisms have much wisdom in them. If you guys like Dr. Seuss, grab an old Dr. Seuss book that might help you with what you're going through here. Like, oh, the places you'll go, something like that. Um, just, I don't know, shooting off examples from myself, like The Giving Tree. I love that book. It's a little sad, but it's beautiful. Um, Also, just the fact that magical is in this word. Harry Potter, where my Harry Potter dorks at. Just kidding. I just had to I just had to say it like that. But yeah, Harry Potter fans, maybe go back and read an old Harry Potter book or watch one of the movies if you don't have that much time. Like, it's all good. No judgment. Movies are awesome. Um, and yeah, it doesn't have to be some kind of child related thing like that. If there's a book that you have now, like some kind of cool spiritual self-help book that you found that's magical and inspires you, go with that. I'm just throwing out examples here. A book that's magical to you, you will know what that is. Go ahead and read it, get inspired, keep moving forward. Last match. Talk about the ideal world you want to live in with a friend. That's that's a really cool suggestion. I think that's a big part of life. talk about the ideal world you want to live in with a friend. Don't don't keep your, that comes with like the authenticity thing, like expressing your true self. um Part of it is like when you keep things inside, there's not a lot of energy behind it. When you express something out into the world, it automatically, you know, puts more energy into it. So if there's this ideal world that you imagine living in, maybe it's part of your passion project. Maybe it's like the future you imagine with this person, that you're having feelings towards. Like maybe it's like your goal with that creative project, what you want it to be in the future. I know I said before that like you can't know every step of the way and you can't plan exactly to your future, but you can have the ideal of that, and that will guide you towards it. And it, like I said, it might not manifest in that ideal way, um, because you know the 5D is different from the 3D. Um, it might look a little differently, but you know, put it out there. Don't just keep it. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Like I said earlier, my battery was very low, and it did end up cutting off. So I'm very glad I stopped the video earlier to save it. But I actually found out that um, even when it does die, it saves the video up to that point. So that's very, very comforting to know for me. But back to you guys. What I was saying about this match and talking about the ideal world you want to live in with a friend was, you know, to put it out there. And I think that you'll be pleasantly surprised by how positively people will actually react to this thing that you might be afraid to share with the world. And again, you know, rejection is a form of protection. So even if you do let out this side of yourself and people don't respond well to it, or they do reject that part of you, again, just try to have compassion for them. Just know that they might be going through their own stuff that makes them not able to be supportive of you. You know, they probably are not very supportive with themselves if that's the kind of energy that they're bringing towards somebody who's, you know, trying to bring a creative project to life and follow their passions. Maybe they're hurt deep inside that they don't have that that strength to go to, and that courage to go towards their passions. Um, but you know that shouldn't stop you from expressing yourself authentically. Because once you do that, then you know your dreams are not going to come about because you're hiding them. Speak them out into the world and be open to rejection. And when you do find rejection or negativity, just, you know, it's okay to be upset. I'm not saying, you know, I'm not trying to be toxic positivity guy over here that you can't be upset at anybody who's, you know, might be being kind of a dick to you. But I'm just saying, you know, try to have compassion for people, and just know that we're all humans, and if somebody is rude or not supportive, like they obviously have their own problems going on. Don't make that your problem. You are amazing. You have great ideas. Put them out there. Um, so yeah, I think that is all I have for you guys. Pile one slash death person. Thank you so much for sharing your beautiful energy with me. Thank you for watching. I just want to say before we go too that you guys are very, very strong. This reading was very heavy. And I know when I get readings like that are very heavy, that your spirit guides and your higher self knows that you can handle it, that you're ready for messages like this. I mean, you're the death person. You're somebody who's used to going through big transformations like this. So I know that you're ready for this and you can handle this. Um, you know, you maybe just needed a little support and kind messages here from your spirit guides. Um, and again, be open to more of that, because things like this, it will boost you up. being honest to people, it will open to them coming in to boost you up too. Um, so yeah, again, thank you guys so much. If you enjoyed this reading, please let me and others know by hitting that thumbs up. If there are any messages you have for me or anyone in this beautiful Misfit community, please express those down in the comments. And if you would like to see this channel continue and grow, please show your support by subscribing to my channel and telling any friends that you have that might be into spiritual shit. Um, thank you again so much. I'm sending you guys lots of peace and love, and until next time, see ya. Alright, what's up, Pile 2? If you guys chose this Wheel of Fortune card and the Starchild Akashic Tarot, this is going to be your reading where we tell your story of your recent past, your present, and your near future. Um, and to start this off, since we are going to be telling your story, that makes you the main character, and I wanted to get a little energy check on you guys and see what kind of picture I could paint of you guys, the main character of this story, with the trusty Mystic Misfit Oracle deck. So I have that here, and we are going to get me a little glimpse into your energy as a person. So let's see, pile group 2. I got 2. I'm not sure what to make of that. I guess I will take them both. Group 1 only had 1 fly out, but hey, gotta take the messages that are given. So for you, we have Witch and the Seer. So for Witch, the Witch is cunning, proactive, but cautious in new paths. Intellect, skill, logic, perception, analytic, skeptic. And the Seer. The Seer peers into the crystal with self-awareness and is open to new possibilities and experiences. Third eye, awareness, sensitivity, acknowledgement, unlocking, opening. Wow, so this is really cool energy for you guys. It's almost like what you would think of as a paradox, like somebody who's very intelligent and then somebody who's very intuitive. But I think what that's saying with both of these coming out at the same time to describe you is that you are just like this really well balanced, very impressive person. I'm impressed by this energy. I see somebody who is, you know, very talented, someone with a lot of abilities, somebody who seems to the outside world, you know, I'm seeing with this card that, you know, this witch, she's over here, has looks like this magic coming out of her hands, and it just looks like so simple to her, like she's not even trying. And I think that's probably how a lot of people see you, like, and that's probably just the truth of how you are as a person. Like you can do things with, I'm not going to say little effort. I mean, I'm sure you put just as much effort as, well, maybe not just as much, but you have a way of just taking challenges and being able to perform at a very high level when they come to you. Um, you're somebody who's very smart. Yeah, just very able. I'm kind of struggling to find the word that I'm looking for. But it's just essentially somebody who I guess impressive is the word. You're just somebody who can do things, maybe even if it's your first time doing it, like you're already like really good at it. I'm I'm sorry. I'm gonna come back to that because I'm really blanking on like some better words to describe this energy that I'm getting. So I'm gonna move over to the seer, and with the seer side of your energy, um, again, you're somebody who's so intuitive. This is somebody literally here with a crystal ball. You obviously have psychic abilities. You're somebody who is very perceptive not only to things that they can perceive with their brain and their eyes and their five senses, but their other senses as well. You have extrasensory perception. You feel vibes. Maybe you're clairvoyant, clairaudient. You get claircognizance. You have dreams where you see things that end up happening, or you communicate with people in their dreams, or you see things that way. Doesn't necessarily have to be that. Not all people who have psychic abilities are get that in the form of dreams, but yeah, you're somebody who's highly intuitive and definitely highly psychic. I mean, just the fact that this came out to describe you is showing me that you're somebody who's very in touch with the spiritual world. And going back to this witch, um, a word that's coming that was failing me earlier is like manifesting. You are a master manifester, like what I was trying to describe earlier. Somebody who something comes to them and they can make it happen. Like you have ideas, or like I said, there's a challenge that comes towards you. You think, oh, okay, well, this is what I want to do to fix that problem, and then you find the ways to do that. And this is sorry for using the same words so much, but it's such an impressive energy because um, it's hard for a lot of people to find this balance, of following your gut and also using your intellect. And I just think that's very cool, and I can't wait to see what your story looks like. So let's get into it with seeing what's been going on in your recent past. All right. Sorry for the little lull here. I am not really sure how to fill this space, being that there's nobody to converse with while I'm shuffling, but nice to meet you guys. You will henceforth be referred to as either the as either pile 2 or the witch seer, maybe the seer witch person. But let's go ahead. Let's see what's been going on in your recent past. Oh, all right. Interesting. Let's go ahead and see what that is. 7 of Cups. Oh, all right. We got here. Oh man, that's a lot of cards, but I'm ready for it. In the words of the almighty SpongeBob SquarePants, I'm ready. I'm going to move these cards over here. Let me just make sure we can see them. Yeah. Might even be able to just... Oh yeah, let's put you guys right there. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so... Alright, you guys have tons of cards coming out here for your recent past. Seems like we got a story to tell. Let's see. Okay. Seven of Cups, Two of Swords in reverse, the Empress, Three of Cups, King of Swords. Alright, so just off the bat, I'm seeing very positive energy here. This is, um, which makes sense being with the energy I'm getting for you guys. Um, you guys, yeah, are very, very capable people, so it's no surprise that you're having some positive experiences. Not to say that they're easy. Life is not an easy thing, but yeah, let's get into the story that's being painted here. So, with the Seven of Cups, this represents having a lot of options. Like, you have tons of options available to you. Like I said, you're such a smart, intuitive person. Like, you can, the world is literally your oyster. You have this high perspective and this high um, level of skill and ability to manifest what you want, um, that you have lots of options available to you. And the flip side that comes with that is like, when you can do anything, it's like, what are you going to choose? Like, you can't do everything at once. You only have so much time in your life. Like, you need to choose what it's going to be. And that's kind of crazy. Like, leading into the Two of Swords in reverse, talking about choosing, the whole point of the Two of Swords is that you're trying to make a choice. With the Two of Swords, if you're going to take it really literally, it's a choice between two things, but we try not to work too literally here, with spiritual practices. So it's just the idea of, it's not necessarily two things, it's not necessarily seven things. It might be, but it could be any number of things. But basically, um, you have a lot of options available to you right now, and you're aware of that, and you're having trouble making a decision about it. You're not sure which path you're supposed to take right now. Um, what things you should be accepting and what things you should be denying, because that's another part of the Seven of Cups. Is in the original Rider Waite tarot, there are seven cups, and each of them has something inside, and like some of them have treasures like gold or gems or something like that, and some of them have things like, I think there's like a snake in one of them, and just kind of like dangerous things. So it talks about illusions, like being wary of, yes, you have all these choices, but again, not all of them are going to be right for you. Not all of them are going to be good for you. So use good discernment when choosing which of all these, this plethora of opportunities that you have in front of you, that you're going to choose. And the Two of Swords, in reverse, I think is suggesting to you to really make sure that when you're making this choice, to follow this seer side of you, to follow your gut, to follow your intuition. With the Two of Swords, it talks about, your mind getting in the way. Your mind is going back and forth in this decision, and it's just serving to cloud your judgment even more. So what it suggests is that you turn off your mind, get in touch with your intuition, whatever you have to do to get in touch with that. One thing that just popped into my head is exercise. A lot of times, my advice to people, and something I've heard, in my life, that I try to live by, is if you want to get out of your head, get into your body. And some of you might be like, oh, well, your head is part of your body. Yes, okay, you're very smart. I get that. But, um, it really works. If you want to get out of your head, get into your body. Get some exercise. Do something that takes your brain out of that ability to be bouncing thoughts around about this matter. Put your brain to focus on something, um, like I said, external, running, exercising, however you like to exercise. Even go take a walk, like listen to some music, clear your mind, um, is what I'm getting. Um, but I'm kind of forgetting that we're supposed to be talking about the past here. So in your recent past, let me just get into this better way of telling the story here. In your recent past, you've had a lot of options. You're having trouble. You've been having trouble making a decision on which option to go with and choose moving forward. With the Empress here, um, I'm seeing that as you. I'm seeing this as you, especially with it being right in the middle. Like, um, maybe in your recent past, you have. Okay, I'm gonna throw this out there. The Empress can talk. It talks about fertility. Maybe if you are, if this is a possibility for you, maybe you've recently become pregnant. Maybe this is a part of your recent story. If not, maybe you've entered some kind of role recently where you're this kind of caretaker or in some kind of uh, nurturing role, and basically, um, just in your recent past, you've been able to really share a lot with those around you, to really offer this loving, motherly support, um, to the people around you. Again, or not again, but just in general, when I am talking about things like motherly energy, fatherly energy, things like that, doesn't matter what your gender or lack thereof. Um, this is just energy. We all have masculine and feminine energy. Um, and what I'm seeing here is that in the recent past, you're going through something internally, but externally, you are coming off to other people as just like somebody very, very dependable, somebody with a lot of abundance. I think this energy that you have, it's like connects to this Empress for sure. So that's why I'm thinking it's you. Like you've you're able to manifest abundance, and your intuition is so in tune that you can tell how people are feeling. You can give people the emotional support with this intuitive side of you, and you can give people material support with this witch side of you. And that's interesting because I'm seeing now that the witch is number one in this deck, and number one in the tarot is also the magician, and that speaks to manifestation as well. So that's very confirming of all those messages that you are a master manifester. With the Three of Cups here, Three of Cups speaks of, to me, like joy, um, celebration, collaboration. I think recently you've been in a good place with the people around you. One thing that always comes up for me personally with with the Three of Cups, and actually I'm not going to say always, but just a lot of times depending on the energy, the Three of Cups represents to me that the three cups are one is you, one is your 3D family, so your friends and family here in the material world, and then the third cup represents your spiritual team. And when I see the Three of Cups, that tells me that you are in a very good, um, you're having a good relationship with these people, and vice versa. There's just a good relationship going on between you, your family and friends, and just the people in your 3D life, as well as your spiritual guides, which again definitely makes sense with this seer witch energy that I'm getting from you, because the seer part of you, that's going to give you a good relationship with your spiritual guides. Um, Obviously, because you're staying close to them, you're listening to their messages, you're seeing their messages. It's going to make you closer with your friends and family, because you can feel their energy, you can feel if something's off, and you can, have that space to listen to them. It'll help you with yourself, because you can follow your gut feelings and, follow things that make you happy and listen to your emotions. And then with the witch energy, that manifesting energy, that's um, benefiting your relationship with your spiritual guides, because our spiritual guides, they're in the 5D, but we're here in 3D. They want to guide us to make our dreams into reality here on the earth. Um, so yeah, the more that you're doing that, the more that you're pleasing them, and you guys are, feeling like a team, like they're guiding you, and you're going forward with that, and you're taking the action, and that takes a lot of courage. Um, because when you're taking action based off spiritual guidance, part of that is you have to have faith. Like, you don't know, like Martin Luther King Jr. said, like, faith is um, taking the first step even without seeing the whole staircase. And that's really how it is when you're following your gut, you're following your heart. You don't know how things are going to turn out, but you trust enough in your feelings, um, and in your intuition, that that first step is going to lead you towards something good, or towards at least some kind of growth, even if it's, good or bad. That's things that are just value judgments that we humans make, but eventually there's some kind of growth. So again, that's helping you with your spirits, manifesting with your 3D friends and family, helps, because you're not just living in the 5D world. You're not just reading everybody's mind and saying, "Oh, I know how they're feeling. I don't need to talk to them." Like, you actually take that action, and you communicate with them in the real world. And like I said, with this Empress energy, you probably help them out when they're in need, and you're somebody very grounded that they can count on. The Empress is very earthly energy. Um, and then it helps you with yourself, because when we're manifesting the things that we desire, of course we're happier. Like I said, it's scary, but when you're in this energy of not going for things and not trying to manifest what you want, you have this feeling of regret, like, oh, I should have done that, I should have went for that. And it doesn't seem like you're in that energy. It seems like in the recent past that you are, very much, knowing, figuring out what you want and going for it. So I think, whatever this this decision that you're trying to make moving forward, we should be seeing a good outcome of that based off your energy. I think you're very well equipped to handle this challenge. With the King of Swords, I was trying to kind of in the back of my mind figure out if this is you or someone else's energy coming in. And hmm, I'm going to leave it open to both for now, because I'm not sure. We'll see what the rest of the cards say, and maybe it'll clear things up for me. But this King of Swords, I think it can either be your energy, where it's, just more pointing out this balance that you have. Like, not only do you have that Empress energy, um, where you are very abundant and very grounded and very dependable and very nurturing and have that motherly energy, we have this more um, masculine energy coming in with the King of Swords, where it's somebody who's very, very intelligent, very, um, like I said, masculine, more fatherly, um, somebody who's giving good advice, somebody who sees very clearly. You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and say that this is also your energy. I think in your recent past, um, this is another thing that you've been kind of an energy that you've been experiencing, where based off the position that you're in your life right now, you're somebody that people can come to, um, like I said, not only for support and nurturing, both in a material and an emotional way, but you're also somebody who has very good advice, and this um, points towards both. I was gonna say more towards the witch, um, but actually this does show how you can have both, because the King of Swords is somebody who is very well balanced. They're not somebody who's gonna just be emotional and say mean things and then regret them later, or say things out of spite. Like, they are very much in control. Like I said, they're grounded. Um, you think of a king, they're somebody who sits at the throne and they're not really scared of anybody or anything. Like, they're the king. Um, and with the King of Swords, that's meaning that you're the king of your thoughts, you're the king of your actions. Um, so I think you've done, a lot of hard work in dealing with your emotions to get to this place where people know if they talk to you, they're not going to get, you projecting onto them whatever you're going through. They can come to you and they can get the honest, objective truth. Um, I mean, obviously, it's going to be somewhat subjective because it's coming from you, but they trust your subjective point of view. They trust that you are someone very wise and someone that they can trust if they need advice. Um, and I will say with that, one thing that's interesting is that, again, you have this energy of being so dependable to other people, and other people trust your judgment so much, but it seems like recently you've gotten into a space where you're kind of doubting your own judgment a little bit. So I think this is coming through to say, don't forget that this is an energy that you have, and this will help to know that you have all these qualities when you're trying to make this decision. All right, so we got through all those messages, painted a good picture for me there. Um, let's go ahead and get into the present. What's going on right now? Ah, man. I'm just gonna go ahead and see how the video's looking, make sure everything's in frame and all that. Chow, looking good. And I'm gonna go ahead and see what's the present looking like for pile 2. What is the present part of this story? We've seen kind of what's been going on lately, but what's like right now? There's gotta be something. there's something. 5 of Cups. What else? What else? Probably a little more involved than that. There we go. Alright, there we get a couple things. I'm gonna take a drink of water while I get a feel for the energy of this present story that's laying out. And I just want to make sure, because this is a brand new deck, I just want to make sure that crystals is what I'm thinking it is, which is pentacles. Yeah, okay. So, first thing that came out was the 5 of Cups, and it is significant to me that that popped out by itself and the other 3 came out together. So I'm going to go ahead and actually separate them a little bit like that and give a little focus to this 5 of Cups first, being that it came out it came out by itself. So excuse me. The 5 of Cups represents being focused on what you don't have more than what you do have. Basically, in the original Rider-Waite version, there's somebody looking in front of them and there's 3 spilled cups, and behind them are 2 full cups, but they look really sad looking at those 3 spilled ones. And in this version, there's only 1 cup that's spilled over, and I'm trying to see what maybe the significance of that might be. And I'm thinking what that says to me is maybe there's one certain event that's going on right now that you're kind of focused on, that's disappointing, that you're disappointed in, and it's making you not focused on the things that you do have. It's kind of, you're focused on this one thing that you don't have. So I'm actually, sorry, I'm not getting too much from this card by itself. I need a little bit more of the picture painted, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to these cards. Ace of Crystals in reverse. To me, that's telling me that, I mean, that's kind of relating back to this whole 2 of Swords, 7 of Cups situation, that there is actually, maybe not. Okay, so what I'm getting here is that maybe there's some opportunity that's been given to you that isn't going how you expected. Okay, I'm sorry that I paused for so long. I'm sure that's very boring to watch. But okay, here's the picture that I'm getting. With this Queen of Cups here, I think this is representing somebody else here. This is representing somebody that in the present moment you have strong feelings towards. I think this person is, I don't know if they necessarily have the Queen of Cups energy where they are this person who's very nurturing, uh kind of similar to the Empress energy, somebody just who is very nurturing and just again gives that very motherly energy. But what I'm seeing with this card is that this person, when I'm looking at her and she's looking back at me and holding this cup and there with her, uh, God, I wish I was better with animals. That's definitely not a cheat. I'm pretty sure that's a leopard. Not 100%, but we'll go with leopard. Um, it's like, okay, so the picture I'm getting, I'm so sorry. It's hard to get. I get like all these messages at once and then I have to try to articulate them. Okay, so 5 of Cups, this one spilled cup I was talking about represents that you're focused on something that you don't have. I think that's this person. With the Ace of Crystals talks about the universe giving you an opportunity. I think this is telling me that you had this opportunity with this person and you went for it and it's not really working out. And um like I said, you're focused on that. You're definitely in your feels about the fact that this relationship with this Queen of Cups is not working out. Um, and like I said, usually the Queen of Cups represents somebody who's very in touch with their emotions, someone who's a master of their emotions, and somebody who has that motherly energy of nurturing people when they need emotional support. Um, but what I'm seeing here with this image and the way this figure is looking and holding that cup, I think that they're like they have a hold on your emotions. Like what I'm seeing is that yeah, it's just like this very serious energy where like they're not, this is not the face of somebody who's like in a happy relationship. This is if I'm looking at this person, I'm not like, "Oh yeah, that's my person, that's my counterpart." If I'm looking at this person, I'm like, "Oh, this is somebody who's like I'm not trying to like say this is the situation, but this is somebody who's maybe playing games, somebody who's not taking things seriously, somebody who's not, really in a romantic situation. This is somebody who's like very much guarded and serious. And like I said, I don't know, it's just not giving me the energy of love. But here they are holding this cup, and I think that's representing like your love and your emotions. And I think that, you know, because this thing isn't working out, um, you're so focused on it that it's like all your emotions are kind of going towards this person. Maybe you have like fear fear for maybe what you did wrong to make this not work out. Maybe you have um, like I said, there's disappointment. Maybe you're upset, like, why isn't this working out? I thought it would be a really good thing. But yeah, basically, you have like your emotions tied up in this person. So again, those were just the negative emotions, but also like your good feelings too, like your happiness. This person holds your happiness based off how they're interacting with you. You're like um, that affects your mood. Like when they're giving you attention, you're like very happy, and then when they're not, then you're sad. It's like your emotions are being controlled by this person. Your emotions are in this person's hand, and they might not even be doing that on purpose. They might just be doing their own thing. um, and what I'm seeing too is like with this other cup just sitting over here, that's interesting because like I said, I immediately felt the energy of like they're holding your emotions, but their own emotions I feel like are sitting over here, and they're not really dealing with them. um, so I think, you know and with this animal counterpart over here looking very fierce, it seems like, yeah, it seems like very protective, like they're defensive towards you, and you're like, you know, why are you defensive towards me? I have good intentions. I feel like we have this good connection, but it's like, you have to be open to the fact that people are going through their own stuff. And maybe this person is just very guarded. Maybe they are very protective of their emotions, and because of that, they don't, it's not their priority whether or not they hold your emotions and they have this hold over you. Like, that's not on them, that's on you. You are giving them that control. um, so yeah, I think that's kind of the present energy I'm getting. If you guys are not going through anything like that, any kind of romantic situation, then this is probably not your pile, because I'm getting that very strong energy from this image here and from the rest of these cards that came out with it. So that being said, um, again, that's changing a little bit this situation here. Maybe it's not that you have. Well, yeah, you do have tons of options. Like, basically, we all have tons of options. There's plenty of fish in the sea. Um, but I think you've been conflicted on like what's going on with this connection. Like, you can't really trust yourself. You're overthinking it. Um, yeah, maybe you've been very kind to them. You've been very very nurturing towards them. Maybe you guys have had some good times. Um, you guys have had some good times, and you felt like spiritually you guys are connecting. But it seems that in the 3D world you guys are not, and that's very frustrating, and that's very disappointing to you, and that saddens you. Um, Also, with the King of Swords here, you guys have probably had like a lot of great conversation. You guys have a spiritual connection and you have an intellectual connection. But what I'm really getting from this image here is that this person is very guarded. This person is having, um, an experience all their own that's making them not not able to really open up to you the way that you are looking for and that you're ready for and that you're hoping for. And with this Eight of Cups coming out, Eight of Cups represents walking away from things that are unfulfilling. So I think, in the present, I don't know if you're at this level or if this is a suggestion from your spirit guides that are giving me this message. Um, but the Eight of Cups talks about walking away from things that are not fulfilling you, and I think it's pretty obvious with this energy that this situation is not fulfilling you at the moment, and I'm sure that's hard for somebody who's so good at manifesting what they want and who's so intuitive. Like, you probably feel intuitively all the feelings that you guys have for each other. I think that they feel very strongly towards you, and I think that you've done everything you can to manifest them into your life and manifest good experiences with them. Um, but at the end of the day, it's just not enough to actually bring you guys into union, and that's disappointing. And I think this Eight of Cups coming in, yeah, I think with the Five of Cups, being that you're focused on this is coming in as advice, um, right now for the present, to even if you're not ready to right now walk away from this situation. I think it's saying that it's definitely worth considering, because you are a very powerful person and you have a lot of other things going on in your life right now, and I'm sure you know that. But um, this is really weighing you down, and you're putting a lot into this. Um, a lot of energy, a lot of emotions, probably some stress, um, that could be relieved, and energy could be put into other things that are more fulfilling towards you, because there is a way to love people without attachment, without so much attachment at least, to where you can still hold a place for this person in your heart but still be open to other things, um, and still kind of accept that maybe this person isn't ready for what you're ready for, and you can you know with peace and love kind of walk away from this situation, let go of it a little bit. Like I said, you can still hold a place for this person in your heart, um, because I don't think it's the healthiest thing for people to be like, oh, well, this person, I was so nice to them and they're not really giving me much back, like, forget them. Like, that's very dismissive. I don't think that's the most mature energy to have. I think a more mature way to be, is to say, we did have good times and we did have a connection, and I know that. Like, I know I'm not crazy. I know that we have something here, but um, I think for now it's not really moving forward much, so I need to kind of walk away from that and find something more fulfilling. Um, yeah, and I really like the image on this card of this person. They're looking out, and this view that they have is incredible. I mean, there's planets out here, there's this sea, there's a beach. Like, there's so much available to them, but there is this sad energy of, I really didn't want to walk away from this. I really thought this was going to be something good, but you definitely, when the Eight of Cups comes out, there's definitely this feeling of you're not satisfied with this relationship, whatever stage it is. If this is somebody you've been dating, somebody new, situationship, whatever kind of thing, I think that the opportunity was not realized in the way that's fulfilling to you. So yeah, sorry, I know that is a little heavy. I really feel for you guys in this situation. Let's go ahead and look at the near future and see how things are looking. So yeah, and I just want to say one more thing about this person being guarded and, holding your emotions and not their own. I think that's another thing to be said, is that, like, maybe part of what you're not satisfied with is that you are somebody who focuses usually on their own emotions, but lately, like, you're so focused on this person, and maybe that's part of it, is like because they're not focused on their own stuff, like they're focused on your stuff, um, and then you become focused on them too, like hoping that they can get on the same level as you as far as working on self growth and things like that. So I can definitely feel how that is frustrating. Like, you want someone to be on the same level as you, and unfortunately they're not. So yeah, let's see what the near future has for you guys. Pile 2. Whoa. All right. Okay, I'm gonna see which way these want to come out. Okay. Definitely think there's a little more to the story than that. Okay, so I'm starting to see a little bit of a story unfold here. Oh, all right. Okay. So, a little bit of heavy energy here, guys. Sorry, I do usually look at these and try to see, like, or not try to see. I read the cards how they come out, but I guess inside I hope for a more encouraging message. But yeah, I'm just gonna get into it with the Three of Swords coming out. This represents heartbreak. This represents being hurt. Um, yeah, I really hate to say it, but I really can't see it any other way, being that the way your story is unfolding, that you know you are this incredibly capable, wonderful person. You have been in this relationship for a little while, um, and it's not turning out the way you hoped, and it's disappointing, and you're feeling like it's something that you need to walk away from. I think in the near future that is in the cards, as they say. With this Three of Swords here, like I said, a big catchword for the Three of Swords is heartbreak, and you can see it here. in the card, this person is sad, and the kind of the energy I'm getting here is that she has this little moon here that she's holding, and what I'm getting from that is like, yes, she's sad, but she also has this look holding that moon of like, this does hurt, this does feel heavy, but intuitively in my gut, yeah, and it's right over her gut area, in my gut, I know that this is the right thing. And it's the right thing for both of you, you know? I'm glad that now I'm starting to feel a little bit more of a positive message coming in. With endings come new beginnings, and with every relationship comes lots of growth and learning things about yourselves. And, you know, even though something is hard to bring to an end, you know, you you have learned a lot through this relationship, and so has the other person. And it may have just run its course as far as what you guys are going to learn from this relationship, and maybe it'll come back in the future, maybe not. But as far as the near future, anytime in the near future, this is painting a picture of uh, this connection it has kind of served its purpose for the time being. um, and yeah, like I said, feel your feelings as you go through this. That will continue to teach you a lot. Have compassion for yourself. um, Sometimes we can feel like the bad guy for walking away from something or putting an end to something, but it's not. And even if this person ends up severing it with you, or whatever way that this relationship kind of comes to a close, um, things will get better. Heartbreak is something that's temporary. It's not something that's going to last forever. So be in the moment, feel those feelings. But yeah, in the near future, it does look like you're going to be dealing with some heartbreak. um, but just trust your intuition, trust that your feelings are telling you something, um, and that better things are ahead for both of you. um, with the Four of Cups in reverse here, um, the Four of Cups usually it represents a few things, but what I'm getting at in this context is when it talks about kind of sitting and taking a break. And the Four of Cups, it shows somebody sitting. They're not, you know, doing any type of action. They're sitting, contemplating. Um, and I think with this card in reverse, the message and the energy I'm getting is that, after this relationship, it's time to kind of maybe take a break from relationships. Um, and with it being in reverse, it's saying that maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe you're going to want to forget about this by jumping into something else. With the Ace of Wands in reverse, I think that's these go hand in hand, because the Ace of Wands does talk about a new opportunity. Sorry, there I forgot to close my window and there's a car alarm going off. It's distracting. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, so yeah, the Ace of Wands goes right with that Four of Cups of needing to take a break, because the Ace of Wands represents like this newfound passion. Like, you have this new passion and you want to follow it. But since it's in reverse, I think that's going with the Four of Cups. It's saying, you know, you've just been through this heartbreak. You've just gotten out of this kind of intense um, situation. In the near future, I think it's time to take a break, um, and you know, maybe not jump into anything right away. Maybe spend some time alone, um, which it looks like is gonna be it's gonna be hard for you. But that's the message I'm getting. Feels like a suggestion from your spirit guides. Like when stuff comes in reverse, I see that as like a message to you of like, hey, this is gonna be a struggle for you, but it would probably be best if you work on this energy. So again, with the Ace of Wands, Four of Cups in reverse, I think it's saying, you know, it might not be your first instinct. Your first instinct might be to try to forget about this by moving on to the next thing, but it's saying, you know, you don't have to do that. You can, and you don't have to sit and wallow in this either, but maybe it would be good to spend some time alone and kind of, you know, think about what happened in this relationship and kind of take those messages and, you know, kind of do you for a little bit. With the Four of Crystals in reverse with that, Four of Crystals talks about like um, holding on very tightly to what you have, um, and not really wanting to let go of it. Um, so I think the Four of Crystals in reverse. Ah, so yeah, it's Four of Crystals talks about like scarcity mentality. Like maybe when you're coming out of this relationship, you might be in a place where you're feeling like you're getting older, or maybe like you wasted time in this relationship and now you have less options out there, or something like that. Now you're in a place. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting with this Four of Crystals is in reverse, is that you're feeling like, you know, I put all this time and effort into this relationship, and it didn't work out, and now like I'm behind in some way. But it's quite the opposite. Because of this relationship that you went through and the energy that you put into it and the things that you learned from it, it's actually opening up more more opportunity to you. Um, but you know, I think again with these two cards kind of suggesting like a bit of a mourning and period of independence. I think like, yeah, take some time to get grounded and, you know, think about the things that went wrong in this relationship and accept the responsibility for the things on your side. And then when it is time, when you feel in your gut that you're ready, you know, because I'm sure when I'm saying this, it's sounding like, oh, even if, you know, after this is over and a new connection comes in, like I need to push it away because like my my spirit guides and the tarot reader told me that like I need to take a break. Like this break, there's no time limit on that. It's it's subjective to every person. Some people might need, I'm scared to throw out timelines, but just for example, some people might take a week, some people might take a month, some people might take 6 months, some people might even take a year. I myself have been single for years at a time in my life. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with, like I said, if after a week somebody comes into your life and you feel like you took that week and possibly some time even before the relationship ended to really think about what happened and the ways that you've learned and grown, um, then definitely don't push away a good thing just because not a lot of time has passed. But I think the whole week situation, that was just me throwing out a small timeline. I don't think that's the most realistic thing. I don't think that's going to be the case for everybody. I think it will benefit most of you, to take some time to think about what you're looking for in the next relationship. But then, like I said, when it is time and you feel ready, sorry, I forgot to say that was why I brought that up is, again, follow your intuition. That's the whole thing about your energy, and a big message coming through in this reading for you is that you have great intuition. Your intuition told you to get into this relationship with this person. That was not a mistake. You were meant to be in this relationship with this person. Your intuition is telling you now that something's off, something's not fulfilling. Um, and in the near future, your intuition will tell you, you know, how long you need to take a break for, how long you need to do some soul searching. And then your intuition, after that period of reflection, um, and giving yourself that love that was held by that other person, you need to take time to give that back to yourself and fill your cup back up in whatever ways that you can, with friends, family, with spending time alone, with getting in touch with your spirits, like really get back to that. um, And when you have that feeling, when you get that intuitive feeling that it is time to go back out there, or that maybe somebody's come into your life again that you feel like you can open up your heart to again and give your heart to again, um, don't hold back. I think that's what this Four of Crystals is saying. Sometimes after a heartbreak, we can feel like we can let the past affect our future, and we can feel like, oh, I gave too much in my last relationship. This time I need to be more protective. I need to protect myself. But like, and that's crazy because right before I started this reading, I had a thing pop into my head and I wrote it in my notes. I do that a lot in my life. I just get these kind of little phrases in my head that pop in, and I write them down because I'm like, oh, I want to remember that. I want to think about that often. And the thing that popped into my head was, that's so crazy. It's in order to have it all, you need to risk it all. And basically, you're never gonna find that true love that you're looking for if you're being guarded, if you're protecting parts of yourself. Like, the only way to get true love is to be truly vulnerable. So I think with this Four of Crystals coming out at the end here, it's suggesting that, when it is time to get back out there, when you do feel ready, when you get that intuitive feeling that you're ready for love again, do not let your past hold you back from being open and from being vulnerable again to the next person. Whew. Okay, so now we've got your story. Okay, sorry, just had to check the battery. I do have in pile one, my battery died, and I didn't lose the video, but it definitely throws it off when I go through a reading and realize after that, like 20 minutes of it didn't get recorded, and then I have to give you guys like a rundown, and it's not in the moment. But anyways, enough of the behind the scenes talk. Now that we have your story, the next thing I want to do is, um, talk to your inner child and use my inner child oracle deck, um, which I think especially for this pile we could really use right now. Um, you know, when things get heavy like this, these are very adult problems, but they're also things that we go through in our childhood. A lot of times in our childhood, well, not a lot of times, everyone in their childhood, they go through disappointing um, disappointing times like this too. Disappointing relationships. You know, we're learning how to make friends. We're learning how to interact with family. We're, you know, going through stuff with our parents. Like, um, let's let's see what comes through with these inner child cards. We're either gonna get um, you know, something from your inner child that needs healing, or some advice for your inner child on getting through this. It'll definitely be obvious when the card comes out and the message comes through. So let's see. All right. We have Gustav with Misunderstood, and it's coming out in reverse. So, um, for any of you new to my channel, this is the Inner Child Oracle deck, and it comes with this little booklet. Each child comes out with a message um, for you and for your inner child, and I will read that, and there will be some message in there for you that will tie into this reading. So let's go ahead and find Gustav and see what the message is for you guys. Hi, I'm Gustav. I'd tell you more about me, but you wouldn't get it anyway. No one does. Sometimes I feel like the only friends I have are the voices in my head and the monsters in the closet. Nobody gets me. It sucks. Gustav is here to show you the parts of your inner child that feel misunderstood. So many kids have beautiful, powerful, intricate minds. When they lose their voice, power, or authority at a young age, they lose that voice, and every attempt to be understood pushes them further into isolation. It could have been parents, friends, or systems that taught your inner child not to trust his, her, their self, and their voice. The place it came from doesn't matter as much as figuring out the root fear your inner child has about being fully seen or understood. When we have repressed ourselves for so long, the idea of using our voice and actions to help people know we feel like. Sorry, I'm going to start that over. I messed up. When we have repressed ourselves for so long, the idea of using our voice and actions to help people know we feel like walking into battle fully naked. You feel exposed, unsure, and vulnerable. But the truth is, you are deserving of being known and understood. Your ideas and who you are as a person are a rare gift to the world. The people who are safe for you, ready for you, and accepting of you do exist, but you have to take off the masks and armor for them to see you. And then it does come with a specific reverse meaning. So when reversed, you may be channeling your desire to be misunderstood in unskilled ways. Check out Ruth and Julius for more insight. So there are some typos in this book, but it says channeling your desire to be misunderstood. I don't think anybody has a desire to be misunderstood, but I think it means channeling your desire to be understood in unskilled ways. And it says check out Ruth and Julius, but there are like 60 different inner child stories in here, and as I'm skimming through, Ruth and Julius are not popping out. So, oh, actually, there's a table of contents. So I'm going to check out Ruth here. 37. So yeah, since it is guiding us to see about Ruth and Julius, we're going to read those messages too. We have Ruth with trauma. My name is Ruth. My nervous system is running haywire. After long-term trauma, I developed CPTSD, and most of my days are spent trying to control my anxiety and triggers. My energy is blown out because I am constantly on alert for what might go wrong. I don't have the strength to fight anymore. I think I will just lie down and let life have its way with me. Ruth represents the trauma of your inner child. She is here to let you know that you are not alone. Like Ruth, your inner child is scared, and the constant fear is creating new pathways in your nervous system that cause you to react physically to triggers. This is a call to start the deep inner work. Find a healer, mentor, or coach specializing in trauma. Buy self-help books and do the work. Ask for support. It's important to talk to someone in your life about the healing work you are starting so they can support you. Big deep breaths and baby steps will keep you moving in the best direction for your healing. And I like to read the mantras that come with it, kind of boils it down into something simple. So for that message with Ruth and trauma, it says, I am safe. It is safe to ask for support. I deserve to heal. And I think that's a message that really wants to come through for you here. Um, you're feeling misunderstood, and you want to feel understood, and it's hard for you to know how to go about being understood by others. Like the message came out before, part of that is being vulnerable, and part of it is, I'm sure you identify with this anxiety that comes from trauma. um, Even if you don't specifically have PTSD, we do all go through trauma as children, and it causes triggers. And I think that this mantra is very, very healing for anyone watching. I am safe. It is safe to ask for support, and I deserve to heal. Just know that you are a wonderful person. You are a wonderfully capable person. And we had the Empress come out. You're a nurturing person. You're a very giving person, and you're capable of a lot of love. Um, and you deserve all that back, um, to you. But not everyone's like you. Not everyone sees somebody in need and goes out of their way to help them. Um, so it's really important that you take it upon yourself to, again, ask for that support, and at least find ways to heal yourself. Like I said, if you're not looking to talk to someone else, at least get a book from someone else. Get their ideas in your head, because they might help you. They might give you some good ideas on how to do some healing that will help you in your relationship, because all relationships start with our relationship to ourselves. Okay, now I want to see who was the other one that they suggested we check out. Julius. So we're gonna find Julius. To anybody watching, I just want to say thank you so much. If you sit down and watch your whole reading, I know that I'm still new at this, and there are a lot of pauses and things like that, and I just appreciate you guys being deep enough and wise enough to look past that and not just be looking for something catchy and entertaining, but actually sitting and hearing these messages that come through. Even if I am still new at this and not, one of those readers who, like, as soon as the card comes out, has all these things to say in a super eloquent way. I really, really appreciate you guys for being part of my journey here, um, in developing my skills as a reader. I really appreciate that. You guys are doing a great thing for me by being here. Julius. All right. So another message that we're called to from your inner child that came out is Julius with self-sabotage. And sorry, I just need a drink of water before I read. And sorry if you guys heard that very ASMR uh, of me drinking my water. I was up by the microphone checking my battery again. We are still good. So Julius with self-sabotage. Hey there, my name is Julius. I feel like my own worst enemy sometimes. Have you ever felt that way? Like, I have so many ideas, so many things I want to do, but I hold myself back. If I'm being honest, I do this in most areas of my life. When Julius comes to visit, it's time to get honest about some of your self-sabotaging behavior. Do you seem to get in your own way every time life is going well? Do you find yourself creating suffering where there needn't be any? Self-sabotaging behavior stems from unworthiness, anxiety, and unhealed trauma. When our body and spirit are out of alignment, our minds take over and create circumstances that feel more normal, even though they cause us pain and create drama. When we can tell ourselves the truth about the way we are showing up or not showing up for ourselves, we can choose something new. It's important to take time today to look around your life, spot the self-sabotaging behaviors, and begin to tune in and choose differently. This will take mindset work, trauma processing, and nervous system reprogramming. Find the support you need. And the mantra that comes with Julius is, I am worthy of showing up for myself. So yeah, definitely a lot of messages here of healing. There are some things about your relationship with yourself that are affecting your relationships with others and your relationship with life. Like I said, you are a beautiful person. You are very wise. You are very intelligent. You are very intuitive. But, we are all humans. We are all here having this human experience. And part of being human is the trauma that we go through. And part of the human experience is healing that trauma. And a big part of the human experience is um, is working together with each other. You know, some I am getting a message of just, the flow of life is very cyclical. You're not always going to be happy. You're not always going to be sad. Things change. Things are constantly changing. Um, and what I'm hearing right now is like, you may be somebody who is oftentimes the healer. You are healing to your friends, to your family. Maybe healing is a part of your job. Healing, I'm sure, is a part of your everyday life. And it's just something that comes natural to you. But, it is very, very important to remember that we can only give as much as we have. And, when we have these traumas, they can affect our behaviors, and they can affect um, the they can affect our clarity, and they can affect how much we have to give to others. So um, yeah, it definitely sounds like you guys have been through a lot, and despite that, you have just become an incredible person. A lot of people, when they go through all these harsh things and they develop these traumas, they can become very jaded, or they can become very um, self-centered, and there's a lot of ways that people can respond to trauma, but it seems like you guys have responded in a way where you give, and it's possible that you give to a point where you are giving so much that you're ignoring your own needs. You get hyper focused on other people's needs. um, and I just want to say that I totally relate to that. I am very much a recovering people pleaser myself. I've been doing a lot of work on healing my trauma with narcissistic abuse from a parent, and I just want you guys to know that um, I'm just hearing Toy Story. You've got a friend in me. If you guys need someone to talk to, like, I am here, and I am going through this myself as well. Um, and don't there's no shame here at Misfit Tarot. We're all misfits. I created this channel to create a community of people who can all feel proud to show up as themselves. That's my whole intro, is you can come as you are and feel right at home, because when no one fits in, everyone has a place. And and you know this is definitely a place where I want people to be safe, to be vulnerable, and to talk about things like trauma, because the more we talk about it and the more we shed light on it, the less people have to walk around carrying shame for being human, and for the less people have to walk around thinking that they're the only ones going through something, when in reality we're all surrounded by people going through the same things, um, and we just don't talk about it. So um, I am going to now go ahead and end this reading with some of the spark magic matches. Um, and again, I just want to thank you guys. I know that was a really heavy reading, and one thing that comes to my mind whenever a really heavy reading like this comes out, it lets me know how strong the person is in front of me, or in this case, out there in the world, whoever's watching this. You guys are so strong, because your spirit guides would not give a message like this if you couldn't handle it, and your soul itself, your spirit, would not have come to this earth to live this life if they couldn't handle it. And you have been through so much, and you've handled it so well, and I'm just really, really proud of you guys, and you guys are so strong. And your spirit guides are very, very proud of you. The Great Spirit is very proud of you, and we're all cheering you on. Um, and just can't wait to see what kind of beautiful things that you have in store after this, very heavy chapter of your life is over, and in the past. Okay, so 3 matches here. Go ahead and make your choice, or you can just listen to all 3. Okay, first one. Write out your career goals and keep them at your workspace. Write out your career goals and keep them at your workspace. So, yeah, part of this relationship might be that it's been distracting you from your work and your career goals. I think if you chose this match, or if you're hearing this message and it sounds like a good idea and it resonates, I think this is definitely saying like your career is something that's important to you and it's part of your purpose. Um, and if you don't even have a workspace, maybe it's time to make one. Maybe it's time to have a space dedicated to you, to like doing you and achieving your goals. Um, so yeah, there's that. You chose the second match. Get rid of objects that make you feel weighed down. This is huge. Objects, if you guys don't know who Marie Kondo is, check out Marie Kondo, Marie, last name Kondo. She is somebody who works with um, basically organizing your life, and a big part of what she does is getting rid of objects that make you feel weighed down. Objects carry energy, and when we see them, they create energy within us. If you have objects around that when you see them, they don't spark joy, um, then it's probably best to get rid of them. You need to surround yourself with things that bring joy into your life. Definitely don't surround yourself with things that make you feel weighed down. Last one, create a daily ritual that reminds you of your magic. Create a daily ritual that reminds you of your magic. Um, yeah, like I said, you are a very magical person. You are somebody who's a master manifester and somebody who's super intuitive on a psychic level. So create a daily ritual that reminds you of your magic. Bring more magic into your life. Don't forget that magic does exist. Life can be so meaningless and mundane when you forget about magic, when you don't believe in magic. So do little things every day that just feel magical. Even for example, crystals. Crystals, plenty of people would argue that they're just inanimate objects that have no power whatsoever. But when you believe that they do, they absolutely do. And that is the power of believing in magic. This light I have here, people might argue colors are just colors. They don't have an effect on our chakras. Chakras are not a thing, whatever. But I put this blue light for this reading because I wanted my throat chakra to be charged and be able to bring out the best message for you guys. And I think it's working. These readings are the longest readings that I've ever done. So, again, believing in magic brings magic into the real world. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end the reading there. That's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much, Pile 2, for sharing your energy with me. Um, I know this was heavy, and I appreciate you guys for watching this and for taking these messages. You know, um, I really hope the best for you in this situation. And thank you guys so much for just watching in general. I really appreciate you being here. If you enjoyed this reading, please let me know and let others know by hitting that thumbs up. If there are any messages that you have for me or anyone else in the community, please express those down in the comments. And if you would like to see this channel continue and see this channel grow, please show your support by subscribing to my channel and telling your friends if they are into spiritual shit. Thank you again so much. Much peace and love to you guys. And until next time, see you. All right, what's up, Pile 3? Welcome. If you chose this here Wheel of Fortune card from the Britt's Third Eye Tarot, this is going to be your reading of your story right now, what you've been going through in your recent past, what's happening right now in the present, and what's coming up in the near future for you. So yeah, being as the whole thing about this reading is looking into your story, getting a snapshot of your story right now. Um, I decided I wanted to get an energy check on you, the main character of this story, by using the Mystic Misfit Oracle cards, and just see what comes out, so I can get a feel for you guys. All right, let's see, who do we have here? Pile 3's energy, so I can get to know them a little. All right, you guys. 3. I think 3 is probably too many. That's a lot of energy. I'm gonna try to get a more simple look at you guys. Here we go. Spore. Very cool. If you guys like mushrooms, I would believe that, because there's mushrooms all over that card. And not just the psychedelic ones. Maybe you guys are, Super Mario fans. Whatever. Maybe you like to eat mushrooms. Shiitakes are delicious. Alright. Spore. The spore waits in stagnation, spreading the collective network she desires. Spontaneous stagnation, collectiveness, communication, connections. Interesting. So, what I'm getting from this energy here, being that stagnation was a word that came out, is maybe you guys are... but I'm looking for your overall energy. So what does that mean about you? Maybe you're somebody who's very grounded. I mean, mushrooms, they do grow in the ground, and stagnation, I don't see that as like, oh, you're somebody who's just like not moving or being lazy or anything like that. Like, some people might come to mind hearing that word. I think what I'm getting is that you guys are very grounded. Like, mushrooms, they're rooted in the ground. Also, when I think about mushrooms, I think of, honestly, aliens. I mean, call me crazy, but they are just this very magical living thing. They're not plants, they're not animals, they're their own thing. And yeah, I just see them as very magical. So maybe you're somebody like that, somebody very esoteric kind of with their energy. A lot of people don't necessarily understand you, but they're very interested in you. Yeah, I would say you're a very intriguing person. Somebody who's very different. Also, with mushrooms, the whole thing about being connected. I read this book called The Hidden Life of Trees. If you guys are into nature stuff and reading, check it out. Super interesting. They talk about how there's this network, and I mean, the card kind of described that too. There's this network of like microscopic species of mushrooms, essentially, or like fungus, that are under the ground, and through electrical impulses and trading nutrients, they basically serve as like the internet of trees. It connects the trees. Like, say there's a tree here and a tree here, and this tree wants to give nutrients to this one, because it's not doing so well. That is possible through the work of these mushrooms. So maybe you're somebody who's like a very helpful person. Um, like you don't mind going out of your way to help people um, achieve their goals. And maybe you're a very good communicator, because when I think about um, those things, it's like they're communicating um, through each other and helping these trees communicate with each other as far as what they need. Like I said, if they're lacking nutrients or something like that, and just connecting. Yeah, I think you're somebody who's a good communicator, somebody who can connect with people um, very easily. You're probably a very understanding person. And yeah, I think that's all I'm getting right now so far with your energy. You seem very, very wise, very cool, very out there, very grounded, and just a very, very good person to other people. So yeah, let's find out what's been going on with you guys recently. Pio 3 slash the spore person. I'm actually going to go ahead and move you guys up here. We'll see if that lasts and if everything fits once we get to the bottom. Alright, let's see what's been going on in the recent past for the spore person. I mean, also, I can't believe I didn't mention this before. As far as the psychedelic mushrooms, like, excuse me, you guys are probably very open minded. When I think about mushrooms, um, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but I have done them a few times, and they really do change the way you see the world, and they do, in my experience, make you feel more connected, like to everything around you, and kind of think about oneness. So that's very interesting as well. That could be another thing about you, that you kind of understand this oneness, and maybe that's what drives you to be this like communicative person who's like always making connections and helping people out in the world. All right, so recent past, what's been going on? Whoa. Okay. Okay. That's cool. Let's try to get one more. It's a lot. Yeah, let's do it. Let's see what we got. Okay. All right, so we have five of cups in reverse, the Emperor, 4 of cups in reverse, Knight of Swords, the Sun, and the 4 of Pentacles. So I'm just gonna go ahead and go through them, and then a more linear story should start to appear. But with the 5 of Cups in reverse, the 5 of Cups generally talks about you focusing on things that you don't have and not really seeing an opportunity that's kind of in your vicinity, because you're really down about something. Um, so with the Five of Cups in reverse, uh, with the rest of the energy, I'm gonna say that means that you are very much right now in a state of hmm, either you've just gotten over something that was really weighing on you, and now you're just getting through that time. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. I'm getting the energy that something happened recently that was very upsetting to you, very disappointing, um, sad, and recently you found the strength and done the healing to the healing to heal from that. Let's let's hope my vocabulary can get better as we go. Um, and yeah, now you're not sitting here with your head down. You're kind of lifting your head up, getting in a better energy to be able to take advantage of opportunities that are coming into your life. Um, with the Emperor, I think this is um, hmm, seeing the Emperor represents this earthly king, and we see here these roots going deep. That that reminds me of what we were talking about before with the spore, like being grounded. I think right now you're in this very grounded energy, and you're in a position where you are um, you've got you've got some wisdom. Basically, when I think of the Emperor, I think of somebody who's, like I said, very grounded, probably somebody successful in what they do to some extent. Um, but you know what I'm seeing with this card specifically, there's no king like figure here. There's this tree, with a little owl in it. So I think the tree, like I said, represents you. You're very grounded here. Um, and with the little owl poking out there, I think that to me signifies that, like, your inner wisdom is is kind of very powerful and been helping you out lately. Um, yeah, maybe you've recently come into this energy where you're now seeing yourself as this emperor. The owls can also talk about like having, clear vision. Um, maybe you guys are awakening to some psychic abilities, clairvoyance, something like that. Um, but if not, like I said, just the whole idea of wisdom, you're finding your wisdom, you're getting into this energy where maybe you were feeling kind of down on yourself based off what happened in this situation here. And now, the sun is coming out and it's shining on you. And again, you just, from this experience, you've grown deeper roots in yourself and discovered, maybe not discovered, or maybe rediscovered, um, this deep wisdom that you have. And with the sun and the owl, I think that's both talking about like being able to see things more clearly. When the sun comes out, obviously you can see more, things are illuminated. with the owl, they have very good vision at night. They can see through darkness, is something that I always think when I see owls. So maybe even when things aren't super clear right now, you are able to see them more clearly, um, based off your experiences and this wisdom that you have, and getting in touch with your intuition. And yeah, maybe you're in a phase of growing right now. With the Four of Cups in reverse, the Four of Cups talks about kind of taking a break from things, and it can mean a few different things in reverse, but being that it's right here next to the Knight of Swords, I think what it's telling me is that, um, you know, recently you've again come out of this energy of reflection and contemplation, and now you're getting back on your horse and you're moving forward. um, you're moving forward in life, and you're moving quickly, um, because you're grounded and you know what you want and you know where you're going, so you're going for it. um, so I think that's really good. It seems like you're on a very good path right now. With the sun, um, I mean, that's always a wonderful card to come out in your reading. The sun just talks about joy. Um, and yeah, I really like this depiction of the sun. It's just this figure here just shining so bright, like they are the sun. And I think that's, another energy that you're coming in with. Like I said, you're somebody who's a good communicator. Maybe you're stepping into the spotlight a little more, is kind of what's coming through. You're stepping into the spotlight. You're accepting your star power. That just popped into my head, being that the sun is a star, and this person looks like they're just shining very brightly, very confident in this pose. Yeah, maybe you're starting to see yourself as like, I am a star. I didn't see it before, um, but now I do. I'm rooted. I know who I am, and I'm gonna show that. And if people don't like it, then you know, it happens. Sometimes when the sun is bright, it hurts to see it, especially if you've been in the dark for a long time. So that's something to keep in mind. Don't dull yourself to, you know, make others more comfortable. If they can't handle your light, then they can go ahead and um, do other things with their life. Then focus on you. They can go and do things that are more aligned with the energy that they're in. And you can do what's aligned with the energy you're in, of moving forward with life, taking action, um, speaking up, being honest. The Knight of Swords also talks about communication. So I think this is about you being more expressive of your true self. um, with the Four of Pentacles here, this generally speaks of somebody holding tightly to their material um, possessions. So I'm not exactly sure what that's how that ties into the story so much. I'm sure it'll make sense as we see what's going on now in the present, but for the most part, we're seeing that recently you've been in a period of reflection, maybe mourning some disappointing situation. You've been um, doing some soul searching, and just really being more confident. And yeah, with the Four of Pentacles, um, there's something going on with maybe, yeah, maybe with getting into this new energy, you're used to like not having a lot and having to really hold tight to your money and worry about it, but this is just, a guess. Like I said, I think it will become more clear when the present energy comes. Um, that like maybe it's time to start thinking about, how you can put your money to good use. Invest it in yourself, invest it in your future, whatever these plans are that you're moving forward with, um, rather than maybe living in a past mentality that you've had of trying to save all your money. So we'll move on now to the present and see what comes up there. But so far, very good energy. I will say though, group 2, pile 2, did start out with some good energy, and then it really took a turn to some more serious heavy topics. So we'll see where it goes with you guys. Let's see what's going on presently for pile 3. All right. 8 of Cups. All right. All right. I think that's good. Okay. Solve up a little bit. And I'm going to drink some water. All right, interesting. So, a lot of similar energy here with the present. So with the 8 of Cups, this talks about walking away from a disappointing situation. So, not too sure what that is, but I'm sure it has to do with this 5 of Cups in reverse. Yeah, maybe just past ways that you've been living. You've learned through some experience that you don't want to live that way anymore. You're ready to express yourself truly and live in this joyous energy that's come towards you. Maybe that's part of what this 4 of Pentacles is too, is it's one of those things where when you first start feeling this energy of like, yeah, I'm feeling good, I'm feeling so much better about myself, I'm gonna shine, I'm gonna spread my light, I'm gonna be honest about who I am, and I'm gonna express myself truly. Like, the feeling is very intense at first, and then kind of, if it's not something that you're used to, if you're usually somebody who's like more doubtful of themselves, kind of hides themselves to fit in, maybe has people pleasing tendencies, based off your experiences that you went through in childhood, like, that can, get harder as you face more challenges, as people, you face people not accepting that. Because like I said, when people shine at their brightest, a lot of people really get affected negatively by that, and a lot of people lash out and they judge you because you illuminate their shadows, and they don't want to think about that. So they find a way to put it on you, make it your fault, like you're doing something wrong, when really they're doing something that they're not happy with, and you're exposing that. Like, for example, if you are dressing a certain way and you're being very free with your expression, or you're talking a certain way and being free with your expression, and somebody who's been told their whole life that they have to dress this way to be respected, or they have to talk this way to seem intelligent, like, and you're just doing whatever the hell you want, they'll probably look at you and be like, oh, look at this person, like, and then just say, you know, A B C D all the way to Z about what they think about you, and projecting their shadows onto you. And you know, just have compassion and know that, I mean, you don't have to, you can react however you want, you're your own person. um, but you know, I suggest, like, for our own inner peace, that we try to have compassion for people and understand that, you know, their jealousies or their feelings of envy or their um, rudeness towards us, like, that's coming from something that somebody told them along the way. And you know, just, you know, wish peace and love for them, and that, you know, they'll do better on their stuff. But don't take any of that stuff personally. They don't know you, they don't know what you've been through. And just focus on yourself shining bright. But basically, the whole point of that was that the Four of Pentacles, like I said, it can talk about kind of what I'm seeing it as in this situation is like holding back. Maybe, you know, as you face these types of judgments from people, you'll start to think like, oh, maybe I need to hold this part of myself in and only show this part, or, you know, dull this part down, and, you know, only show like half energy of that. But it's like, I think this Four of Pentacles is saying, like, you know, you don't need to do that. Like, let it all out, just be yourself. And with this Six of Cups down here, it talks, or one thing that it talks about is like inner child. um, and that's interesting because this image actually really looks like it's this person, you know, giving this cup to their inner child, or vice versa. I'm not sure, but it's just a beautiful energy of, like, yeah, I'm gonna say she's giving it to the child. Like, this person is giving, you know, cups can represent just love. And this person is giving love to their inner child, and you know, they're both very happy about that. um, so yeah, I think there's something to be said there of, you know, when we express ourselves truly, a lot of times that takes us back to a more childlike version of ourselves, because children are very uninhibited, unfiltered. um, and I think that's kind of something coming through with these three cards here, is saying, you know, don't hold yourself back. You know, keep this energy of, I'm gonna shine bright because I've been working hard on myself, and I'm working on loving myself, and I do love myself, and I'm not gonna let anybody else make me feel like it's wrong to do that. So moving on to the Death in reverse here. Death talks about transformation, and I think in this context with the Death in reverse, it's speaking of your personal transformation. So, you know, you've gone through uh, this experience that you were disappointed with. You're walking away from old ways. I'm guessing part of it was that you weren't very confident, and now you're stepping into this very confident energy. You really want that for yourself because you're able to show yourself more self-love. Um, and yeah, that's a big transformation that you're going through right now. Maybe you're transforming, like I said, I'm getting a lot of things about self-expression. So maybe you're changing how you look, maybe you're changing how you talk. You're just, like, you know, kind of exploring yourself, seeing, who am I when I'm not just influenced by the people around me? Who am I when I'm just being my unfiltered self, you know? Um, and that's kind of making sense with the whole spore energy. Like, sometimes when you're somebody who feels this connection to everybody, like, and you're a great communicator, sometimes you start to speak their language. You're very good at speaking people's languages and communicating well with them. But sometimes you can get lost in that, and lose these roots and that grounded nature of yourself. Um, but it looks like you're definitely working on changing that, and you're working on finding who you are and how you are going to show up in the world as you. Um, and that's really cool. With the Six of Swords in reverse here, um, Six of Swords can talk about moving on, letting go of baggage, um, kind of starting a new chapter. With this in reverse, um, it is not super clear what's trying to be said here. New chapter. So maybe that's what's coming through here, is that you're maybe, I don't want to say afraid, but like uncomfortable with the idea a little bit of moving into this next stage in your life, because you're looking forward and where you want to go is maybe so different than where you've been. Um, but I definitely get the energy that you are, you are capable of that. There's just some kind of like, it's not an easy thing, and I think part of it is why this Six of Cups comes up right after, is that it's maybe going back to this inner child thing. Maybe what you're walking away from is, or that you're having trouble um, letting go of, is baggage from your past, from your childhood. Maybe it's it's gonna be something new for you. Maybe you're having these new realizations of all these things that have happened when you were a child, and it's tough to let go of those things, because it's a crazy thing. Like when you're a child, you're just living life and you listen to those around you and you believe everything they say, even when they throw limiting beliefs in your head. Um, and maybe you're realizing that, when you were a child, you were fed a lot of ideas that have really affected you in a not so positive way. They've really held you back. They've really made you doubt yourself. They made you feel as a child that maybe you were not so important, that, you know, yeah, maybe in your childhood you were given a lot of those messages where I said, like, you were just this child and you were so different and you were so wild and free and just joyful, and then you had people in your past that you love very much and they told you not to be like that, and you really you believed that was the best thing for you, because these people that were really close to you were telling you that. um, so maybe it's hard for you to see these people that you love so much and that you always thought so highly of in this new light, where they are also human ble- human beings human beings with flaws and traumas of their own. um, and maybe it's hard for you to reconcile um, that difference between how you saw these I'm getting like parental figures, how you saw these caretakers in the past versus how you're starting to see them now, and you don't want to demonize them in any way because they have been there for you, um, to the best of their abilities, but you're realizing that they have these issues and traumas that affected what they had to give to you, that affected how they could listen to you. So yeah, I think right now you're going through a tough transformation of walking away from this past where you were not a priority in your own life, is kind of what I'm feeling, and you just didn't feel confident about yourself, um, and didn't really place much importance on your happiness and your needs and your desires, because maybe the people around you didn't either when you were a child. So what I'm getting from the Six of Cups with this really beautiful image here is, take time to sit with your inner child and really give that love to them that they deserved, when they were growing up, and work on healing those wounds that are still within you, because there's so much beauty in this child version of you, and they have so much to offer the world, and so many interesting things to say, and you know creative things that they can bring into the world. But they deserve better treatment than what they got, and the only person that can give that to them now is you. So so yeah, do whatever you have to do. Look into inner child healing. After we talk about your future, we will talk about some messages for or from your inner child. So that will definitely help with that. So now let's go ahead and move on to your near future. What's coming up next for you? We got all the tea on your recent transformation and your current transformation that's going on. Now let's sip on that future tea. And I think I'm gonna have to move this spore over here, move these guys up here, move that up there. Okay, and we can still see everything. So let's go ahead and look into the near future of pile 3, aka the spore. You guys got such a cool card. This is my first time seeing that card, the spore, and I really, really like it. Okay. Alright. That one kind of popped out. Okay. So, very cool. You guys got a very, very positive reading. I know that kind of inner childhood and childhood stuff did get a little heavy, but your future is looking very bright. I love how a lot of the cards, when they're happy ones, they have these little stars. Definitely gives the vibe of positivity. So with the let's go like this. Okay. With the Hermit in reverse, and the Hermit talks about kind of going within, being in this introverted nature, kind of getting away from all the external stimuli, um, and really like listening deep to your intuition. Um, I think with the Hermit in reverse coming to talk about your near future, I think maybe this is saying that, you know, maybe in the past you were more in this upright hermit energy where you kind of keep to yourself. You feel very safe with your own thoughts, with your own beliefs, um, and you don't let that out as much because you're trying to protect this person that's inside that hasn't been accepted for so long. And I think what the Hermit in reverse is coming here to say about your future is like, if you can keep this energy up of staying grounded in yourself, figuring out who you are, tapping into your own inner wisdom, um, letting your letting your inner child come out and shine, expressing yourself authentically, um, then you'll probably feeling like move a little bit up on the spectrum of the introvert extrovert, where you'll be a little bit more um, feeling a little more extroverted, a little bit more getting out there, sharing ideas with other people. I think um, yeah, maybe there will be some collaboration going on. Yeah, just feeling more connected to the world. I think, with the whole spore thing coming out as your energy, um, maybe this is getting stronger. Like you're beginning to build more connections and feel more comfortable connecting with people because there's like this novelty of being able to express yourself truly. It's like, okay, I've interacted with people in this way for so long where I'm always kind of hiding a part of myself or maybe speaking someone else's language even though I'm thinking something else. And now you're like, well, F it. Let's see what happens if I just go and now start just being myself and see how people accept that or don't. Um, there's like this energy of excitement. Like it's exciting to walk away from this past energy because that for sure was not making you happy. You were feeling some kind of void in the past, like something is just always missing. And I think it's been um, like a lot of self-love with this Knight of Cups in reverse here. The Knight of Cups talks about this very loving, passionate. I mean, I guess Wands would be more passion, but this can still speak a little bit to passion. But it's somebody who's very romantic, very giving of love, and very good at expressing themselves. So when it comes in reverse, depending on the context, in this context, I'm getting it as like in the future, you are going to be making sure that rather than being the upright Knight of Cups where you're like getting on your horse and you're giving love to others, now you're maybe stepping off the horse and being like, I don't have anywhere to go right now. I'm gonna actually chill out and spend some time with myself and give a lot of love to myself because again, waiting for other people to do it clearly has not been working out so great, and definitely not, you know, filling up your cup as much as you can now. Um, and maybe that's kind of what the Four of Pentacles is saying too. It's like you're holding on to your stuff, like instead of giving it all away to everybody else, you're learning how to hold on to what you have and not feel like you have to give and give to everybody, until you're in a situation where you don't have much. So yeah, kind of coming out of your shell energy, giving more love to yourself. And with the Ace of Pentacles, this shows me that some new opportunity is coming to you in the near future. This can be a work opportunity, something having to do with your career. Can also, depending where you're at in life, it can be like a romantic interest coming in. But basically, I'll let you guys decide that. And if it is a romantic interest, just remember that this Knight of Cups came up in reverse. So, if it came up upright, it would be like, oh, go for it. Tell this person how you feel. Express your feelings. But since it's in reverse, it's definitely saying focus more on your connection with yourself, because all relationships with others start with our relationship to ourselves. So if this is a romantic partner that you're looking to manifest, and the opportunity that's coming in, I think it's very important to stay grounded and stay make sure your needs are taken care of, and that you don't just put all the focus on this other person, that you get into a healthy relationship where you have love for yourself, and you're not going to be projecting jealousy and mistrust and being controlling of somebody, and don't accept that from anyone else either. So again, Ace of Pentacles tells me that there's some opportunity to manifest something that you desire, that you want to make, that is in your head, that you want to make a reality. And then with this Nine of Pentacles coming with that, Nine of Pentacles represents somebody who's very independent, somebody who is doing well for themselves. So I think what I'm getting here is like, put yourself out there, give lots of love to yourself, really focus on self-love, focus on healing your inner child, and when this new opportunity comes in for you to manifest the thing, or possibly multiple things that you want, I think that will work out well for you. I mean, look at this. I love this card because it really shows like somebody who's doing well for themselves, somebody who's, materially abundant and enjoying it. This definitely looks like somebody who loves themselves, somebody who's, doing what they want. She's here with her coins, her little glass of wine, her nice couch, her robe. She's just chilling, feeling good, having a nice day. So yeah, I think there's definitely some good vibes for your near future. And I think that's all I'm getting for that. So we are going to go ahead and move on to the Inner Child Oracle deck and get a message or messages from there. sometimes more than one card pops out. We will see what happens for you guys. But yeah, being that, with that Six of Cups coming out in your reading, and feeling that energy of you guys really needing to give love to your inner child as well as your adult self, I think we will get an impactful, powerful message here coming out that will really help you, move forward with this opportunity that's going to come into your life, and help you really navigate that better. I really think you guys deserve it. I can see that you guys have been through some stuff, and you have come out on the other side stronger, wiser, more compassionate, and not everyone does after a heartbreak or a disappointing situation. So you guys should definitely be proud of that. Let's see what we got here. Inner child. What do we want? What message do we have for the spore? All right, you guys got 3. All right. So yeah, definitely inner child being a big big focus for you guys, being that 3 cards came out. Usually I only get 1 or 2. So we'll start here with Colby and Confusion. And if you guys aren't familiar, these inner child cards, each one has a child, and they all come with a story as far as the message that they're trying to bring. So I go ahead and read those, and we kind of go from there. So Colby with Confusion. My name is Colby. I am not sure what is real anymore. I used to feel so smart and powerful, but when my dad comes home sick at night, Mom always says I shouldn't worry and he's fine. She says that a lot, actually. There's nothing to worry about, everything's fine. Dad isn't acting weird, he's just tired. After so many times hearing this, I stopped believing in myself. Now I don't know what to believe. When Colby comes to visit, your inner child might have experienced some sort of emotional manipulation, causing them, her, or him to doubt their own truth and feelings. When this happens repeatedly, we lose our ability to trust ourselves and our intuition. This can lead to the inability to make decisions, to know what you want, or even to get simple tasks done. If you resonate with this card, it's important to start doing the work, preferably with an expert, to begin to trust yourself again. Slowly relearning who you are, what your intuition feels like, and how to make your own decision will help clear up the mental fog. Reassure your inner child that it is safe to make your own decisions and that you can trust yourself. So first thing I want to say that popped into my head when it says start doing the work preferably with an expert. Now I know that's not for everybody. Not everybody feels comfortable going to a therapist or something like that to work on these kind of things. Some people prefer to do that work in private by themselves. And I totally understand that. So one thing I like to suggest is like books, reading books, or we're here on YouTube. On YouTube, there's so many experts that you can get that information from these people, and you don't have to feel so vulnerable. You can do it safely, by yourself. No one has to know. Not that it's anything to be ashamed about, but just like I said, some people just feel more comfortable doing this type of thing just in private in that way. So just throwing it out there that if it doesn't sound like something you want to do to go work with an expert, there are other ways that you can work with experts. Experts do things, like I said, like write books and make YouTube videos that can also help you. So yeah, just throwing that out there. And the mantra for Colby is, it is safe to trust myself. And I'm not sure if I've been doing this, but I'm really going to try do this every time to show you guys like the remedies and the journaling questions. And you guys can screenshot that and do any of those things that you like. But yeah, basically the main message from Colby is, maybe like I said, your inner child was gaslit as a child and told that what you felt and what you thought was not actually true, and it was. So, again, sit down with your inner child and let them know, like, hey, you're not crazy, you're not stupid. Like, the things you think and the things you feel are valid, and you do see what's going on, and you can trust yourself. You can trust your feelings and your thoughts and your emotions. Um, so yeah, I need some water. Now we're gonna go on to Olivia with Dissociated. 55. My name is Olivia. I don't like being here on Earth. Sometimes people say I look right through them. I remember the first time I left my body. I was scared and cold, and so I held my breath, and poof, I came to the most magical place. I see my body down there walking around and going through the motions, but I don't feel anything. Excuse me. Olivia comes to visit when your spirit is choosing to dissociate or leave your body. When children are exposed to trauma repeatedly, from the womb to adulthood, they feel safer disconnecting from their reality, and so they do, and many times create an alternate reality in their mind. As hard as it may be to face your feelings, it's the only way to release them once and for all. When we repress our emotions, they come back with a vengeance, and most of the time, in unhealthy or unskilled ways. When you pull this card, it's important to seek support from an expert healer, therapist, or mentor. Work on grounding or earthing. Start to notice when you are choosing to numb out and disconnect from your feelings. Try to slowly start intentionally sitting rather than running from these hard feelings. So yeah, I think that kind of goes with the Knight of Cups in reverse, like sitting and letting yourself feel your emotions, and trying to give yourself love and acceptance in those moments. um, Life can get really heavy. um, so the mantra for Olivia is, it is safe to be present with my feelings. And then I'll go ahead and show you guys the remedies and journaling questions for her. Alright. Yeah, I think that one's pretty self-explanatory. I don't want to add too much to that and reiterate things, but our feelings are here to help us, not hurt us. So to run from them or tell ourselves that it's not okay to feel them. That may be another thing that you were told as a child, like you're not supposed to be angry, you're not supposed to be jealous, you're not supposed to be scared. Like, that's dumb. I mean, everybody gets jealous, everybody gets scared, everybody, um, whatever the first example I gave was, but gets angry. Everybody has all these emotions, they're human emotions. And like I said, it's just stupid for people to act like it's not okay to have them. And I think I mentioned this in one of the other piles too. It's like, one thing that's really powerful that we can do as individuals is speak up about these things and be honest about what we're going through, because we go through this life and it's just like this social norm to, like I said, act like we're never angry, to act like we're never anxious or whatever. We're supposed to just be strong, but like having emotions does not make you weak. Like I said, it just makes you human, and every single human is feeling these emotions. But because we are all putting on this facade of like trying to just look happy in front of everybody, like it makes us feel more alienated from each other. If we could talk to each other, more often about our quote unquote negative emotions, like we would feel much more connected to each other, and we would feel much more free. Our children, the children of the world, would feel much more free to express themselves and be who they are, rather than growing up to feel like they have to disconnect from their own body, to disconnect from their feelings. Like, um, yeah, that's my rant about that over. So now we're gonna move on to Ophelia with naivety in reverse. So when they come in reverse, I still read just the whole story of the card, but then it does come with a little reversed meaning, and we'll look into that. 35, not 45. Ophelia with naivety. My name is Ophelia. Sometimes I feel like I can't do anything right. I seem to trust all the wrong people. I make the same mistakes over and over again. I just don't seem to learn. My siblings often tell me stories that get me into trouble. You think I'd know not to believe them by now. Wake me up when the world feels different, please. Ophelia comes to visit when your inner child is feeling worthless or disempowered. They may have lost sight of their personal power. They might have lost faith in themselves and have low self-esteem. Without inner power and confidence, our sense of intuition and ability to listen, mind, body, and spirit to things and respond with a deep sense of knowledge is non existent. Have you lost your personal power and passion for yourself? Have you been feeling like you just can't keep up or sort out what's real anymore? More often than not, when this happens, we are ungrounded, depleted, and out of touch. It's important to breathe deep and get grounded, slow down, and return to self. So, when reversed, this card might mean that you are too trusting in a situation. You aren't looking at the whole picture, and the truth is being blurred. So, yeah, I mean, that kind of goes, these all go hand in hand. It's basically painting this picture of your inner child was just not validated. They were made to feel like they don't know anything, they don't know what they're talking about, but you do. We all do. We're all born more or less with the same abilities to perceive the world in front of us, but again, because of traumas and things that happen to our caretakers and their caretakers before them, they can pass down all this generational trauma and, make us feel like like it can mess with our judgment. Like, we stop listening to our own judgment and we listen to the judgment of these voices in our heads of people who told us how to think, and that's just not the safest way to move through life. The safest way to move through life is by trusting yourself, trusting your own gut, trusting your own mind. So yeah, let's go ahead and look at the mantra for Ophelia. When I am centered, I know the truth. So yeah, I think this is saying, you are somebody who has so much potential. You have a great heart. You have this star quality inside you. You are somebody who is, I'm thinking now with the sun, like the sun is massive, it's huge. It has this huge field of gravity that just could pull anything in its vicinity towards it. Like you have this magnetic energy, but unfortunately inside you just don't always see yourself that way because it's been ingrained in you that you're not that. So I think that it's really coming through here to work on that and really work on healing this um, this childhood that you had where you were just not appreciated for who you are and made to feel like you can't trust yourself and you can't be who you are, because who you really are is freaking amazing. And like I said, the universe sees that and they have your back, and they're about to send you an opportunity to have to have what you deserve and to let you live this life of independence and abundance because you deserve that. Excuse me. Um, and yeah, um, sorry, I got all choked up and then I I got distracted and forgot what I was gonna say after that. But essentially, that like you guys have been. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. You guys have been through a lot, and despite that, you've been so caring and loving towards others, and um, and yeah, you're just so strong for coming through all this and still pushing forward. And your life is about to change in a big way. Like I said, death comes out when there's transformation. Eight of Cups comes out when you're walking away from some old bull crap and you're going towards something new and beautiful and magical. Um, yeah, and you guys just really, really deserve all of it. So, take this time, give your inner child so much love. Don't accept anything less from anyone. And, excuse me, we will now move on to some final kind of advice. Basically, these matches I pull out, and they have little prompts, basically, or suggestions for things that you can do to find your power, to find more magic in your life. So, um, basically, I don't separate these with timestamps. I just run through them. And you guys can choose to either listen to all of them and choose whichever one you like the best, or do all of three of them, or do two of them, whatever you want to do. Or you can just be like, oh, I only want to hear this one. I feel like that one's really meant for me, before I flip them. So, whatever you want to do, go ahead and do that. And I'm going to start. Um, so, if you chose the first one, have a bath in herbs or essential oils. Not sure if you can read that or not, but I'm saying it, so that's fine. Have a bath in herbs or essential oils. That sounds wonderful. Again, you've been through a lot. Your body is carrying a lot of stress from this, whether you're conscious of it or not. Like things like this, taking care of yourself, showing love to yourself in this physical way of relaxing and and feeling good and letting in good smells. Um, I feel like, smells with the herbs and the essential oils, that's something that really makes me think of children. When you see children, they want to smell everything, they want to touch everything, they want to taste everything. But then, when we're kids, a lot of us have caretakers who tell us, "Oh, don't touch that. Oh, keep your hands to yourself. Oh, behave yourself. Oh, don't be weird. Why are you smelling that?" Like, screw all that. Like, we are humans. We have these five senses for a reason, and part of it is to like enjoy this stuff. Like, if you like good smells, get all the good smells you can and relax a little bit. If you chose the second one, create an altar out of things that you love. That's beautiful. That's also very healing for your inner child. If you like Pokemon still, put some little Pokemons on your altar. If you like um bubbles, put a little thing of bubbles. Blow some bubbles whenever you want to have a little bit of fun. Whatever. It doesn't even have to just be childlike things, but I think that would be very beneficial for you guys. But even things you love as an adult. Um, Candles if you like candles, flowers if you like flowers, whatever. There's too many examples to give, but create an altar out of things you love. Okay. Now, if you chose the last match, or if you're just listening to all of them, last one says, celebrate something you love about this season. That's very cool. I like that. I've been trying to get into more of that recently. As you can see with my pumpkins here, got these for the fall time, get that fall aesthetic going on. Um, so celebrate something you love about this season. And that will be unique to all of you, whatever season it is that you're in when you're watching this video. What do you love about it? Celebrate it. If you love winter because there's snow in certain parts of the world, go to that snow. Go play in the snow. If you love summer because it's nice and hot outside and you can go to the beach, go to the beach. Go celebrate at the beach. Celebrate the fact that you are here and you're alive and you can witness all these different seasons, and celebrate the things that you love about whatever season it is right now while you watch this video. So, I think that's all I have for you guys, Pile 3. Thank you so much for sharing your energy with me. You guys are freaking rock stars, and I have much love for you guys. If you enjoyed this reading, please let me and others know by hitting that thumbs up. If there are any messages that you have for me or anyone else in our Misfit community, please express those down in the comments. And if you would like to see this channel continue and see this channel grow, please show your support by subscribing to my channel and telling your friends to check it out if they're into spiritual shit. Thank you again. Thank you so much. I'm sending you all lots and lots of peace and love and healing energy. And until next time, see you.